Hey.
I'm gonna shut my mouth
Shut the fuck up. Tyler.
unless we're off, and then I can open my mouth. I'm not gonna open my mouth either way.
Keep that shit open for me.
Yeah. Any cavities?
Mute Discord. Mute Discord. Don't tease me.
Welcome 3 idiots and a mic. Welcome Cat God Sleeps.
All right, we are back. Been quite a while.
Cat God Sleeps is going off.
And we
3
are
idiots and a mic is going off.
ready to go. Okay. This mic placement is for sure different. I should probably edit that. Huh? Oh, did I already do that? Did I already? I did not already. No sound. Bro, TikTok's automation system is so aggressively annoying. If you're not constantly yapping, it's like you're not streaming. Like, brother, relax. Like, what do you mean? That's the whole thing. You gotta constantly be yapping. Oh, bro. Yeah, to hell with that shit.
Welcome Panama.
Panama, what up, yeah? Let's see. All right. Guess to remember not to use banned words. Okay, what mission are we supposed to do? Speak with ear at her homestead in Holbark.
Quickly.
Welcome Whale.
What's up, guys? If it's your first time on the stream, drop a follow, say what's up in the chat. Let us know how your day's going. Oh, whoa. Am I bleeding? The hell? I always forget my stamina runs low after a while. Keep that in mind. All right. We'll worry about these guys later. Let's go finish. Oh, oh, it's level 1 though. Is that worth it? It's like back there somewhere. Might as well. Let's back a little bit. I changed my mic position slightly and now it's like giving me a ton of headache. Yeah, like, you know, the arm, like where it's at on my desk. Because you can only like really move it up, down, left, right.
Welcome, Spice God Dizzy.
Spicy Biz. What up? Oh, who's this guy? Damn, bro. Relax. Move. Damn it. These guys are new. I feel like I haven't fought them yet. They're doing big damage to me though. Damn. They're yelling die. That's aggressive. Another one. Oh, thank you. We got some backup. Oh, were these guys dead? Can I, like, res them? Oh, yeah, F. My fault, gang. My base attack's so weak. You know, level up.
I'm greatness getting great.
No way the doe is attacking me.
Never seen a girl act like that. Usually all they want is bloodshed. This time they went straight for my brother's lair. I wonder what's going on with them. I think I'll visit their camp and see what I can find out. That could be dangerous.
That's enough of that. Let's see. I didn't announce that. Didn't take too much damage. Alright, I'm just gonna run to the main quest because I keep getting cooked by these small monsters. Zola, are you still doing your dagger quest? Boom. 5. Boom. Okay. Okay, that's some decent damage. Move. Wow, I did not get cooked that time. That's rare. Oh, you can go diagonally? Oh, that's cool. If you press forward and left, it goes... Okay. Nice. It's intuitive.
Seek, and you shall find.
Maybe I could have fast traveled, but perhaps this way I'd discover more things. How far is this? It's pretty far. I don't even have that waypoint, so run it is. Go here, go here. No, that's not what I'm trying to do. Snow troll. AoE, tough. Like a million of these things. Use the other one too. This thing bursts my wrist, man. Yeah, just not used to like using the. Oh, you said slanting what? Word. Okay. I feel like it should be easier for me to kill these level 8s. A little what? That's tough. But like every fight is always a bit. Yeah. It's never like you're one shot and everything. Just running through the snow trolls. Should be focused on going to the mission, but also feel incredibly underleveled, so here we are. Alright. Come on now. I was just right, right? Should probably just go down to the path, huh? Right. What the hell? What the hell, you bird? Oh, I didn't hit that? Minotaurs again. Yeah, I'm going the right way, I think. Oh, I've been here. Okay, okay. Alright, child, we're figuring it out. We're figuring it out. Yes, Twitch. Let's kick. Alright, so she should be somewhere here. Oh, she's up top. My back, I hurt Mina. Yo, Zo, when did Dur say he was gonna get there?
Spirit fight. I'm Jorma. Raven's my favorite, but I like bear too. Oh, but snow leopard is so sweet.
Still. Believe you're not buying it? Oh, you weren't talking about that? I see, I see. Greta White Bear.
Mighty heirs to Gogan. Once more, Wolf calls on you to protect his pack.
I heed Wolf's call, and I'm glad that I will have company. Ah, there's the Slayer now. Trouble is brewing, and Fastolf the Wolf Shaman has summoned the two of us to deal with it.
Fast off the
sent me a
Wolf
dark
Shaman.
vision. My friend Krennic's homestead was burning and besieged by ice creatures. I saw you there with air, fighting them off. It's a clear sign.
Of course I'll help your friend. If the pack needs an alpha, I'm ready.
Wolf's vision hints that you two are meant.
All right. Investigate the rumors of troubles out
Welcome, Lost
at
Mine.
Kenmark's homestead. Okay, so we gotta get out of here. What up, Lost Mine? Oh, that's why it does it. Wonder if I can change that where it's like any viewer. I wonder how that guy's bypassing the system.
Raven's my favorite, but I like bear too. Oh, but snow leopard is so sleek.
Just be all of them and see if you can take on Jorman.
Or if I can make that faster. Camera rotation speed. Yeah, turn that up. Horizontal position. What does that mean? Ah, interesting. Okay. Vertical position near.
He held me
Just
tight,
admit I'm stronger.
but he just wasn't you.
Aren't you sweet?
Bang, bang. Got you.
In Path of Exile.
Welcome Hot Dog Water.
I gotta get a cool mount, dude. Everyone's got the mounts. I should fast travel. Yeah, that's currently what you're trying to do, huh? Okay, zoom out. Closest fast travel. Go ahead. Yes. Boom.
Welcome Feeding Ducks Chips.
Feeding Ducks Chips. People got the funniest names. Okay, so investigate the rumors. There's no house here.
Welcome Main Smacka.
Haynes Mecca, what's up?
It's good to see you here.
I already spoke to her.
It's good to see you here.
Welcome Black Privilege Music.
Air, the Slayers arrived. Come, Slayer, speak with Krennic.
Oh, there he
The
is.
spirits of the wild watch over you.
Welcome DK.
What's up,
Here's
DK?
to Galkin and the Slayer
Welcome
of
Caleb
Isildur.
Matthew.
What brings you out here?
Krennic.
Caleb, what's up, dude?
Welcome
Your
DK.
lodge is looking magnificent. Tell me, have you seen any...
Skip to end. Alright, so I guess we just start taking these guys out.
Welcome Caleb
What are
Matthew.
you doing, Varg? I told you, you aren't welcome on my land. I know where
Thanks for the follow. Caleb Matthew.
Hey, appreciate the follow, Caleb.
Spot here with your stupid tavern. Your black name. You'll die for that arrogance. This horn is the roar of the ice.
Welcome
dragon.
Ask About
Hear
Me.
it and cower, for it signals your
What's up, guys? Guys, if this is your first time on the stream, drop a follow. Say what's up in the chat. Ooh, does this not hit them because they fly? Up. Stay out of the fire circle. Maybe dodge once in a while. Damn, that thing took a lot of damage. That ain't hit.
Welcome Donald Williams.
What up, Donald? Damn, Chief.
And you thought I was
Let's go. We're back. Okay.
Stay together and force them to come to us.
Maybe I need to increase the camera speed a bit. Yeah, I'm turning my head too slowly.
Welcome, John Iglesia.
What's up, John? Come on. This guy eats hits.
Welcome, Bates.
Bait, what's up, dude?
need some healing here.
Do I have healing spells? Can't hear you when I'm in a fight. The volume is too loud. Should probably turn that down a bit. No, the audience cannot hear you. Yeah, no audience, buddy. If you guys are actually Zola's playing the game, but there's no way of isolating in a single chat. Yeah, he's really doing it.
The journey continues.
Hard as hell, dude. Choose 2 bags of loot. Ruby heart. Precision. Power. 1 more HP. Do I get them all? I'd be sick if I get them all. Alright, what am I talking to now? This guy? What's up, dude? You're
Welcome,
not the guy
DJ
I'm supposed to
Latino.
talk to. What up, DJ? Alright, who am I supposed to talk to? Am I just supposed to leave? Oh, she's following me? Interesting. Okay, get the mount. And let's go to the next one. I'm just gonna focus on like the main quest for now, just so I can level up as fast as possible. Let's get onto the road first. Find the road. Road. Yeah. What do you think this is? What do roads do, Gloob? They give you a path to settlements. How's that? Is that to your liking, Gloob? You absolute ghoul.
Uh-oh. Looks like the Sons of Svanir are trying to destroy Jorah's shrine. I can't leave my post, but I bet you could help.
Gotta revive these guys. I like how the bad NPCs will raid the town and kill the good ones, and then you gotta go in and revive them.
Welcome, Ernie Serrano.
What's up, Ernie? Like, I just pulled up to the town and half the NPCs were down. I'll sell you
Welcome,
stuff.
Malachi CV.
What's up, Malika? Hold on, do it. What's my boots situation? Is it H? H, does I see in my inventory? Equipment. Boots. These are 9. Can I put these on? Soulbind. What, like, why do you have to soulbind every damn thing?
Watch the bottles. Every bottle broken is.
Blue, you're just looking for a reason to criticize. You heard me. Damn, they're just, yo, the NPCs aren't doing anything. They're just attacking the ox. NPCs are just, yo, it's dead now. That's wild. They just stood there and watched it get clapped. That's insane. Like, what, y'all thought I was gonna stop him?
Svanir are trying to destroy Jorah's shrine. I can't leave my post, but I bet you could help.
They're like, I can't leave my post, but you could help. I'm like, bro, this is your post. Well, like, what else are you doing if not fighting the monsters attacking
Welcome,
the town?
Primo Kia GT.
What's up, Primo?
Welcome, Edgardo.
Mekuna? Ooh, there's a bear in a suit of armor that looks like the bear from Golden
Welcome,
Compass.
James Hawkins.
What's up, James Hawkins? You have an unequipped item. What's that? Let's see what the item is first. Okay, well, I clicked it. You didn't tell me where it was, so that would have been helpful, huh? What's the item, Chief? Crafting. Can you just craft from wherever you're at? Story journal. Training. What do these numbers mean? I forget. Skills, specializations.
Welcome, Jacob.
Is that Murph? No, that's a different Jacob. Murph's still getting at that pole, dude. Guy. I just want him to be here to hear it. Oh, that's how many of these points I have. Okay. Well, I want like all the minions, so I'm gonna keep training this so I can do some summons. Damn it. How many more do I need? Oh, requires level 33. Okay, can I like put these on? Build. Slots empty. What does that mean?
Welcome, the Fly White Guy.
Fly White Guy, what's up, dude? Okay, so this is how I summon them. And put them here. Where do you place them? Ah, I see. Call upon an owl to attack and bleed your foe. That's pretty good. Corruption. Feast on your conditions. Gain in health. For each one you consume, you become invulnerable. Enable a mark that inflicts fear on foes when targeted. Does it damage them, though? Oh, that's what it's been doing. Okay. That's why they flee. Oh, it does some damage. All right. It's kind of weak. It's not bad. It's not base damage. What up, Jock? Describe a mark that bleeds foes when they target it and grants regeneration to allies. I don't really have many allies, so maybe I switch. Summon a Shadow Fiend to attack foes. Oh, stop attacking me. Alright, brother. Did he just call more wolves? Of course he did. I'm trying my summon. Yeah. Yeah, now I've got minions. How do you feel about that? Alright, let's get more minions. I like the minions. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good about it. How do I just do that actually? Imagine if I like knew what I was doing. How do I remove? Can I not change these? Can I only change? That's not fun. Okay, switch for this guy. Who's this? A different guy? I can also summon this guy. What's this one? Generate life force while in combat. It's a passive, single passive. So I have to sacrifice health to retrieve. Okay. Oh, I like that. Can't get rid of these.
Welcome, Trippy.
What up, Trippy? Damn, Sway. That's tough. 14 damage, 21 damage. Let's get rid of the 14 guys. Not enough damage. 46. 14 is low as hell, dude.
That's never pretty.
Mad low. That passive is good, but do I get more like... Actually, no, let's do that. Let's do that. I'll do... My base will be all like summons. Summon this guy. Alright, my base is all summons. Then my next one... I can do like... Wait, what? The hell? Interesting. Okay. Then I'll put that passive here. Okay. Alright, and there's the aquatic too. Alright. So this is like the summoner build. And this can be like a sub-summoner build. But as a necromancer, I want to summon in. Lego. Oh, I'm already in the spot. Meat, followed by night at...
Welcome, John the Uber guy.
Stallion Josh. John the Uber guy. This guy's name is Followed by Night, and he's a bear.
Honored Coden, I come to see if you will hear the plea of a descendant of Romka.
I feel like your name shouldn't be an action.
But honorable southerner. If
Or a
brought me
description,
one of
rather.
his line, I'll listen.
Oh, the name,
promise that
the
you
voice
will
does
hear
not
this.
fit the
My
figure
ancestor
whatsoever.
carried a horn given to him by the Coden. It was passed down.
Okay. Find Overmere in the Dredge Cave. I gotta get some food. How am I starving? Yeah, like real life food. Oh wait, there's a perfect time to try my summon. Go. Get it. Attack it. Yee. So the summons are cool, but I wish I could like actually raise corpses.
More to explore.
This guy has a gun. Yeah, as a necromancer, that'd be cool. Like solo leveling.
Not enough energy.
It's probably the most OP necromancer in like any work of fiction. Except for maybe Caster. Nah, that guy's definitely stronger than Caster from Fate Stay. Yo, you're still up? Alright. Come on, boils. Get him. We're getting cooked. We're getting cooked. That summon is tough. Can I have 2 summons out at a time, or is that not a thing? Yes, I can. Get him. Oh, they killed it. Damn, that's tough. He killed my little bugger. Little bugger, dude. They killed little bugger. Yo, step into my circle, bro, so you can get this trap. Rip. Need to get some healing spells. Alright, defeat Overmere.
Invaders! Kill them, comrades!
Where you at, Overmere? Stop being scared, bro. Pull up on me. Oh, shoot. Overmere pulled up. Oh, Overmere's doing big damn. Summon the spider.
That's how I do it.
Yes. Summon this guy too. Yes. Summon all the gubbers. Boom. Overmere, you never stood a chance.
Welcome,
Never stood a chance. Let's go. Let's go. Overmere's
fine
trash.
battle. You fought with such skill, such precision. The Dredge were no match for you.
For us, you mean. 2 heroes are better than 1.
Of course. These challenges will prepare you well for taking...
Ear's trying to put the moves on me, bro.
Welcome, Senny.
What's up, Senny? Oh, because I picked up the gun. So it dispelled my summons. Return the Overmere's boomstick to followed by the knight. Alright, brother. Choose the other way, apparently. Come on, ear. Just go back to the bear that sounds like a valley girl. Things really obstructing my view, bro. Got something like this. I need to bring you closer. Is that better? Can I still see?
Welcome,
my
Johnny
map?
Jeeps.
Johnny Jeeps. What up, Johnny? Followed by Knight. Like, why did they pick this voice actor for this character?
Welcome, JT.
At last, the Overminer will no longer tear out the heart
What's up,
of the
JT?
land. You have satisfied Coda, and I will aid you. I have sensed a recent disruption in the balance of the land.
Alright, thanks, followed by the night. Long ass name. Pick a reward. Let's see, that's a lot better. Which one is more powerful? 275 plus 33 power. They're kind of the same. What's toughness? I want power, I guess. Alright, let's use this. Two-handed. Both two-handed? Okay. Also this. Vitality. Masterwork. Increases. That's my HP. I want more damage. So.
That's all me right there.
Okay, put up the map. We gotta go. There's a mission happening here. On the way. Alright. Check out the rewards. Mastery point earned, whatever that is. Level 19 rewards, thank you. Level 20, I don't have enough space. That's off. Run. Summon. Nate. First, this post-corrupted ice is all but claimed Lion Road. I can barely keep the side road clear. I'm proud to help keep Snowhawk safe, but there's a bigger fight to be fought. Sounds like you could use some help. Wolf sends me a bold companion. Well, wild creatures and sons of Sabnir often attack travelers, but the Iceborn are the greatest threat. They've been finding a way into hunting traps. Can you help? Sure, dude. What is that supposed to be? Menu. Does that become my new main quest? No. How do I accept?
Hail, stranger.
Okay, so it's the heart. Move any danger along Lions Road, assist Lion Guard travelers, local hunters. So do I just keep following this path? Alright. Not a fast travel. The wolf. Maybe killing this wolf will help me progress the end mission. Nope, because it's no longer on my menu. Alright, and he's calling his buddies. Oh, guess what? I have buddies too.
Since corruption spread by the Ice Brute has blocked the main road, we've had to detour traffic through this dangerous side route. The increased risk has hurt trade to and from Lion's Arch, even affecting our ability to get basic supplies. We must improve the safety of the road so that the flow of trade can be re-established.
Okay, I thought that guy would give me more to work with in terms of missions, but fine. That's why I was doing that, because I didn't tighten it. Okay, hopefully that works. Now then, it's falling. Shouldn't need a curtain.
Someone has to keep the limbs busy while someone else goes for the head.
Hopefully that worked. You know, chat. Hopefully that worked. One can only hope. The mic down a little bit. All right. Menu. Okay. Well, I can go collect that mission too. Maybe on my way there, I'll do more of the Lion Road mission. I'm not sure why it disappears. Is this not the Lion Road? Like, what's going on? Welcome. I continue. What is this? It's hard to see the TikTok, the kick chat. Someone in the kick chat said, "Hope you become famous. Appreciate you, dog." I hope so too. Good vibes. Usually bots, so that's nice. It's a nice change of pace. Yeah.
Welcome, Kobe boys.
Don't cause
Kobe,
trouble
what's
on
up?
my watch. Lion's Arch can make or break you.
Steal Jotun weapons, protect travelers, keep hostile creatures off the road. Okay, I guess that's what she was doing. Okay, alright, so I'm progressing for that. I'll take it.
More violets, I say?
There's a lot more of these guys. Mid-range, go. Does it not attack them? What's happening?
Welcome your artistic owl majesty.
What's up, Majesty? It count against these guys? Can I go up there? Maybe I can like taunt them down. Come on.
Welcome, Seni.
Go up the hill. Go up the hill. Nice. Traversal times 20. Okay, so my summons aren't super strong, but they also take some of the aggro off of me, which is very helpful. Does this still count as the road? Like if I attack you, does it? Okay, yeah, the bar is still up, so I guess so. Kill it. Kill it. Wait. What is this dude? Is that summoning? Oh, bro, for a sec I thought it made me take control of one of the NPCs. That'd be sick. Yes, yes, absolutely.
Strength failing.
Nah, it's not an AI. We're not there yet. NPCs that want to be free have a mental illness. That's some deep American history education right there. Yo, oh, are these her summons? Interesting. Or is she like an NPC I gotta protect? Oh, I guess so. Oh yeah, that's why it has the shield above their head. Defender. Okay, I got you. Hunter. Oh, you're going right to the bad guys though. Come on now. Like I get you gotta give me something to protect, but you're running directly at them. Make it make sense. Alright, do we keep following her? I guess so. Brother. She ain't making it easy though. She's like, you want to see me get myself in danger? You want to see it again? Hey, thanks, brother. Okay, where are you going? Oh, you're almost dead. Oh, you are dead. That's tough. Damn, when did you die? Not a very good bodyguard. I'm a good, like, assassin. You know, big on doing damage.
Go, fodder, go.
When my character summons her minions, she's like, go, fodder, go. I'm like, that's nice. That's good stuff. Tell them. Make sure they know what they're here for. Damn, bro. The person I'm supposed to be protecting died again. I'm really not good at this. Doing a real bad job. I'm just like, come on. Oh, that's the fish. Yeah, you can stay. Okay, like, are you good? Is this where you're supposed to go? Okay.
Okay, that was the last of them. It should be safe for you two to enter the lake.
Word. I don't know what that was about, but okay. We press on, chat. We press on. Ooh, actually, that might work. Let me pause for a sec. Let me try this. Because then, and mic's dropping. That's not great. Why is this happening? No thanks. Just doesn't come around. Why not? And I just muted myself. Right. When I come around. Well, at least someone was nice enough to do it. Alright, some NPC calling me. Where you at, buddy? Oh, are these all necromancers? Damn. These guys got a lot more going on than me. A race is now underway. Would you like to join? A race? Oh, that's why they look all steezy. Brother, I just don't think I just feel like I would be setting myself up for failure. Escort Emma. Where's Emma? You, Emma? You're brilliant, Dawn.
When Jormag appeared, he drove many creatures to the south to find refuge. The voice of Coda led us here to Song of Final Exile. We are not the only ones. The Quaggan town of Urgulp is also made up of refugees from the north. It is easy for problems
Hey,
and
Lone
conflicts to
Wolf,
arise
appreciate
when
you.
dealing with this kind of transition, and there are many that could use a helping hand.
Okay, so who's this person I'm supposed to escort then? Because it's not clear, baby. It's not clear. When I come around. Yeah, dude. Damn, Sway. I think Green Day is the first band that I recognized their songs and sought them out. Escort Emma. Are you Emma? Where's Emma? How am I supposed to escort Emma if I don't? No, this thing's still blocking my view. I don't know who she is. Like, I need to look at the map. Oh, that's Emma. Is she coming towards? Oh, she's going over there. Okay, 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 chat. We found Emma. Run, run. Get to Emma. This is Emma. It's not even Emma. It's like, oh, it is Emma. Emma, hold on. Where the hell are you? Are you Emma? Nope, you're not Emma. You're someone else. It's real tough. It says I'm next to her, but I don't see this person. Oh, found. Emma is a oxen. Yep. No, like Emma literally is. Alright, I apologize. Yeah, night.
Defense, then offense. Not dead after all.
Oh, what the hell? Oh, what the? What the? Whoa. I'm on the other side. Guys, wait for me. Okay, so the Gentons are those ice giant things. The far shiver peaks. Did I just teleport?
Without trade, the younger races will wither and die. We will retake our lands one piece at a time.
Damn, the ice giants are trying to shut down trade for the other races. It's real, international conflict. They're like, without trade, they will wither and die. I'm like, damn, talk about sanctions. Like, ice giants are about that economic warfare.
Come on in, girl. It's time to get moving.
Hey, we did it. Okay.
Raven's Eyes. It's the supply shipment we've been waiting for. We'll be able to send out more Lion Guard patrols now.
They didn't get here without trouble. If you want to thank me, have your guards crack a few children's skulls for wasting our time.
Oh. Interesting. I wonder if that's a engineer class. Mount. I want to go. Where do I want to go? It's the main quest, but I'm kind of curious about other parts of the map. Go there first and come back around. Sure. Can I mark it? Alt, click. Yep.
Welcome, ASCII.
What up, ASCII? I've been nearby. Ooh, this looks tough, but let's do it. They freeze me, bro? Oh yeah, for sure.
If you have any tricks up your sleeve, better get them ready now.
Damn.
ASCII is going off.
Hey, appreciate the likes, yeah. Who's doing that? Azzy? Yo, am I still frozen? Come on.
ASCII is going off.
ASCII. Okay, what up, ASCII?
ASCII is going off.
Where did you guys come from, anyway?
Woggen's home was in Frostforge Sound, but it was destroyed by bad ice predators. Woggen's been fleeing ever since.
You came
Got
all
him.
that way by land? On those legs?
Another
Wasn't
proud
Woggen's
moment.
favorite experience. This isn't...
This stuff is weaker than a human baby.
You must visit more often.
So we gotta defend these guys. Oh, but there are two of them.
Welcome, Dennis Bayshard.
What's up, Dennis? Damn, did I lose progress on that one? I should have probably just picked one.
Thanks for the follow, ASCII.
Hey, ASCII, appreciate the follow, dog. That was awesome. Thanks for the likes. Thanks for the follow. Great progression. Great engagement. I just abandoned that quest I was doing by accident. because I wanted to double dip and I moved too quickly. Gotta get back up this hill.
Sharp blades, sharp mind.
They die like flies.
So when they're red, does that mean they're already summoned? I need to figure that out. I don't know why I got in closer. Okay, so I still want to get that waypoint. So I might just beeline for that in case another mission comes up. Or unless another mission comes up.
Welcome, Bridget H.
Better, Bridget. Is that not working? Alright, where's the fast travel? I found that. Okay. We should probably aim for that.
Grawl spooked my Doliac and stole the potions I was transporting. My escort, Glennis, went north to recover the stolen shipment.
That's all I needed.
I carry only the highest quality goods.
I switch my stuff. I think that's probably it, yeah. I'm not hearing it.
I'm taking her to Holbrook.
Yeah, I haven't heard it cut out. Who's this guy? The hell? Curious to see what these guys do.
When there's a safe road that actually connects us to other places. Until then, sell all you can here.
What up, Elena? Elena James? Yo, if you wanna talk in the chat, go to one, drop a follow. Then go to TikTok and drop a follow there. But I'm not trying to buy any services. Let's talk to this guy. Did I already talk to him?
Building your legend requires performing great deeds and having worthy eyes see them. There are many who would be glad to see the Svanir in Jormabach stead and the dredge of Molengrad dealt with. But helping the people who live in Mennerheim would earn you respect almost as well.
I wonder why the road is not visible there. Where are all these guys here? Are there hunters doing target practice? What's the other one? Okay, there's another fast travel back there. I'll go back for that. Okay. Let's turn around and we'll go there. Word. Alright. What happens if I follow this path? Yeah, I don't think you're gonna win this one at all. Oh, Minotaurs, or what are those guys called? Centaurs. Oh, should I participate in this? Am I the only one here, though? Nope.
My servant. My minion.
You guys are pretty high level. Or am I not hitting them?
That'll silence you.
Oh, okay, so I can teleport to the position of this thing, and in exchange, it dies. I see.
Defense, then offense. Getting healthier. Nothing can bring me down.
Damn.
Now
It's a lot of poison. Wait, where's the big guy? Is he dead? Okay, so this is over. Okay. You guys actually do a ton of damage, so I'd rather not get killed by y'all. Move. Okay, run away. This is no longer viable. Run away. Jesus Christ. Nah.
It has life.
Enjoy this.
Eat pain. Go, father, go.
Stay down, Two Legs. My blood honors the earth.
Bro, they don't even help each other when I'm like fighting one right next to them. That's super convenient.
I'm going to enjoy this.
Like, I'll take that, because if they all came to help each other, I'd be dead. Oh, that's a griffin. That's not what we're here for. Damn it.
Die, Two Legs.
Nice, we did it. Okay, check the map. Oh, yeah, intact. Check map. So I want to go here. Maybe I fast travel. Can I fast travel in combat? Who's in combat, brother? Are my minions attacking something? Can I desummon? That doesn't desummon. How do you desummon? Rip. Oh, they're fighting this guy.
Eat pain.
What's up, dude?
Stay down, Two Legs.
Yeah. That's fine. They did their thing, had fun. I'm gonna die here. Alright, can I fast travel now? Yes, Jesus Christ. Alright, chat. We gotta get to Do I have inventory space for this? Alright, X, R. I'm gonna go on this trail. Energy what? Our goal is... So I gotta turn around, Chad. Oh, lots of fast travel here. I wonder why there's so many in one location. Damn, am I not strong enough level for these? Did I venture too far forward? I'm in too deep, dude. Maybe this is more my speed up here. 'Cause I'm in too deep and I'm trying to keep up above in my head. Damn, my mount can't swim. That's tough. Okay, alright, brother, run away. Should probably put a ping. Alright, so we want to go up the top of this mountain here.
This is a bad time to be traveling.
Over that way.
Thanks for helping.
Oh, I forget I have to like open those bags. What is this thing? Can I put these? Nope. Okay, mission or map. So I talk to her. Let me go talk to her. Or them. Nah. Emma's long gone, dude. She's long past. She's long past. You cannot talk to her. Nah, she didn't die. She's a cow. Nah, she's an actual cow. Some random NPC. Okay, we're not supposed to be in here. Let's get out. Jesus Christ. Maybe I go here and explore down. Or do this, explore up first, and come back. Let's try that. Chad, I gotta find some food. Oh, that's why I didn't keep going, because this gate's here. I guess that doesn't really matter, Chad. I don't know. Chad, I feel like it's worth exploring the map just to get new locations. Yeah. That's going to be my goal for that right there. Should probably mark it. Oh, I'm about to get attacked. Move. Not the place to stop. Have some time? Okay. Mark. Here. I want to try this out. Am I high enough level? What level are these guys? These guys are level 27. Nah, I'm level 25. Some quite rocky terrain. Alright, what up, lady?
This place is
Show me around.
than we were led to believe. The dredge move ever closer, and we need all available help
Level
to push them
30.
back. They're also sitting on a gold mine of dwarven artifacts, preventing us from studying them. On top of that, we've learned of a mysterious new threat, some sort of steam creatures. We've been trying to learn all we can about them, but we're at a loss. If they're truly dangerous, we need to know as soon as possible.
Okay, map. Does that mean I'm gonna die if I go there? Fallen ally. Rip, there's a lot of fallen allies. Could get one of those again. Continue our exploration.
Over here! Please! I need help!
Are there monsters on every path? Rip. Oh, I should grab that waypoint. Yo, what is this? Where's the waypoint, bro? What the hell? Is it down there? Can I go? Brother. I like how these guys' camps are like right next to the enemy. Okay.
You follow the trail and kill anything that stands in your way.
Our goal is still might. Oh, there's another one. All right, might have to go all the way in.
Swarm them!
Am I still going the right way? Shoot. Brother, it is not safe here. Also, these trails make no damn sense. Okay. Alright, we're closer. Not sure why the ping came off, but that's fine. Pretty close to it.
Imps and elementals run rampant over Hythern Passage. Something in the mountains seems to call to them, something that speaks to their elemental nature. My research partner, Suki, maintains a lab east of Rock Lair. I'm sure she could use some help wrangling the beasties, if you're up for it.
Wrangling the beasties.
I hadn't thought of it that way.
The Durman Priory has run into trouble in the Molotage digs. A research team is looking for relics that hold information about the war between dwarves and destroyers, but Dredge are attacking the excavators. As the researchers progress, the destroyers themselves have started appearing.
Okay. So I want to get to here to reveal more. It's probably a straightforward path, so I might continue on, then fast travel back. Plus, I'm getting XP for this. Like, why not,
Welcome,
dude?
Josiah Blicky.
What up, Josiah Blicky? That's a good name. Alright, so we're doing some more exploration. We just went past that like snowy Rocky Mountain area, and now we're in more of a greenery. I should lower this. It's kind of hard to hear myself. Am I getting attacked? I'm definitely getting attacked. Damn, oh, I can't kill this. No. I'm gonna die. That was such an L. That's so bad. I did all that too, man. The closest waypoint so far. Oh no, that's not that far. Alright. Okay, so we can't stay to try and talk to her, so I'm just gonna run there, get the marker, and then run away. Alright, rip. Nope, I'm going the wrong way. Just turn around. Alright. Alright, as soon as I get there, I'm gonna hop off the mount, talk to her, fast travel back, call it, and then go do like the story mission. Oh wow, it's like one of these creatures.
Pirates from Greybeard's Landing and Jetsam Isle are always threatening Kuluku Quaggins. Quaggins are peaceful. Will you help Quaggins?
I should grab this one. Leveled up, let's go. I have to adjust this a bit.
I've eradicated the destroyer threat, ma'am.
Excellent job. I knew you could handle it. I look forward to reading your report.
I remember one patient I had. She climbed the tallest tower in Radasum and tried to fly off the top.
Crazy. Why'd she do it?
Zoanthropy. She thought she was a bat.
Alright, we're gonna hope the audio's a bit better. I feel like that's not bad. Go to TikTok and test it out real quick. Do this. Testing. Testing. It's pretty solid. Might be a little too loud, actually. Turn myself down. 70? Sure. How's OBS? It's not horrible. Okay. Word. Alright, get off the mount. Then we're gonna wanna fast travel again. No, I did not mean to attack you. I did not mean to attack you. Please. Please. Oh, jeez. God damn it.
That knowledge is useless unless you preserve it.
Scrolls have their place, but they are useless.
Guys, help me. Bro, the NPCs are just watching me get chased by this ox. Okay, it stopped. Good. That was a lot, chat. Alright, map. So I want to talk to this person here so I can like get the mission before I leave. Oh, they're right down here. Alright. Nope, not that guy. Up here.
Greetings and salutations.
Greetings and salutations. History never lies. Historians, however.
Okay. We can leave now. We're real close. Let's see. I need 9, but I have 9. Oh, my level is not high enough. What level do I need to be, like 30 something? Okay.
Yes, the imbalance is stronger here. I can sense the horn casting a dark shadow.
Varg used the horn to summon ice imps. If he found a way to infuse the horn with Jorma...
Varg has Dragon's favor. He's been transformed.
It's that horn he has. He can summon all sorts of beasts with it. Dragon must be impressed with Varg's cunning.
Wonder if a different combat movement would be better.
These creatures are not natural. Varg must have summoned them with a horn. Finish them quickly.
Var shows himself.
Varg, you cheated me out of my inheritance. I know your dice were loaded. Give me back my ancestor's horn.
You were stupid enough to be cheated. You were stupid enough not to know how powerful this horn is. Now you'll die because you were stupid enough to fight me.
Hand over the horn, Varg, and no one has to suffer.
No, but if you...
Okay, so that doesn't really work if I'm gonna use it that way. This way it works.
You'll never beat me. Your mag strength makes me invincible.
Get clapped.
The horn's still in one piece, but it feels strange. Like a bitter wind is blowing through it all the time.
It is
Try this out.
Welcome, Alauzi RL.
Alauzi, what's up? Guess I need better pants. Let's go toughness. Let me go talk to Followed by Night. Or not. Guys, we got 2 followers today. Got like 2 yesterday. It's not bad. Here. Just change my build. Yeah, level 31. Well, if it's gonna take that long, I should probably just use these, huh? What's the point of getting these skills if you can't really use them like that? Death magic. Okay. Okay, so my specializations, it's what I need to level up. Yeah.
Welcome, Alfie.
What up, Alfie? Way too much damage. That was perfect slowed because he was about to charge. Alright, gotta find the mission though. Or two. Like I haven't been there in a while, so I might fast travel there.
Just be Oliver and see if you can take on Jorman.
Damn, their mounts jump is way better.
What can I do for you?
Still kind of in the way there.
Don't have one. I collect guns. Oh.
Feels really bad. Shame. Let's do this. Testing. Testing. Change, dude. Testing. How my audio just like randomly became super different. Hello. Testing. Testing, 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 testing. Hello, hello. Is there only a color of the map, bro? Can I change the map placement? Over here, you can hear it. Over here, you can hear it. Now it's going to option 7. And damn chat, there's always something with the audio, but I hope it's good enough. We'll move on from that. Is that gonna go and move? Field of view, definitely.
How many axes do you have in your collection? 13. Well, 14 if you include the squid one. But that's more like a hatchet. 13's a solid number. Not bad. I only have 9.
I guess I can't change the placement of the map.
Typical.
Yeah, what? I don't even move this. There's no chance. Well, no, didn't change that. Difference there. Security plug now. This. I need to like further away. Over here, over here, over here. Doesn't sound like a better idea. The baby's still working? That's why it switched. Why does it do that? There we go. Son of a bitch. Go here. Testing. There it is. This fucking thing, dude. I remember that if it starts acting up to check that setting. Like, would that be better? Did I get a text? Okay. Fine, we'll move on. Still kind of in the way. Don't know if there's a way for it to not be in the way. TBH. It's fine. Sorry, Chad. I know I'm doing a lot of troubleshooting here, but I don't think there's much of a way around it. Got that. Okay. Check here. Yeah. All right.
Come on! See ya!
Okay. We're back. Like training. I like how these games, their models for children are just like smaller models of the adults. And like, that's not how children work. Oh.
There it is. Romkey's horn. Grab it and cut down these weaklings. Out of my way, woman.
The corruption is stronger than we thought. The horn is defending itself. It's shattered. All that work and the horn is broken. I thought we could save it.
How do I get out? The map, man, the map's trash. It's not trash, but I just can't see it. Things get in the way. Yep. fix those. It's gotta fix those. Test it, test it. Test it, test it. Yeah. Always gotta fix things, chat. Yeah, that did not help. Which was unfortunate. Whatever. Let's see. Yeah, brother. Shadow ban is real. Oh, yeah, I didn't even see your message. So damn, bro. That's on me. I didn't even see your message. I wonder if I can respond to it. Asgi, this is Guild Wars, and why didn't it read out your message? That's so weird. Oh, probably because you weren't following. Well, I saw that you followed, so thanks for that. Sorry I didn't respond to your message. I don't see the chat's not in front of me because I'm looking at the game, and looking back and forth from the game to the chat is like just kind of ruins the experience for me and makes it harder to keep some continuity. So that's why I have the text to chat on. So like, someone follows, hits up the chat, it'll read out their message and I can hear it and respond to them. And I also have it where when you join the chat, it tells you voice chat is active, follow to have your chat read out loud. I should probably add something like won't, like not look in that chat. Yeah, maybe that. All right, maybe that helps. Anyway, my bad for not seeing your message. I appreciate the engagement though. And thanks for that tip. I didn't know you could pick up the scorpion. Do you have to like come from behind it to pick it up? Because that sounds super dangerous. Stung me and almost, I mean, it didn't almost kill me. It did kill me. It's tough. Lower my mic on OBS a bit. Testing. All right, that should be fine. Yeah, but that's really loud. Can I turn it down on the gain, maybe? Yikes. It's a little much. Wonder why it's getting this loud. I didn't do anything to the... If I go lower gain. Testing. Gain 10. Turn this volume up a bit. Put gain to 11. Testing. Put gain to 12. Testing. All right, that should be fine. Okay. I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing in Guild Wars right now, but it seems like whatever big story I was doing involving the Horn has been resolved, and now we're just focused on getting out of this. Whatever this place is, I'm not really sure what it's supposed to be. It looks like some like main meeting hall for like the Vikings or something. I don't know. My mic placement is better, but it's like a double-edged sword. But because it's better, I need to lower my gain a bit because my audio is like coming through super clear and loud. I want to like overwhelm people with the audio. So we're trying to keep an eye on that. Not sure if they're still recommending my stream to people though. There's no new person has joined for a while, so I might end the TikTok stream and start again. Because TikTok starts to do that after a while. No sound detected.
Welcome 3 idiots and a mic.
Guys, if you hear, what up, Scotty?
Welcome Cat God Sleeps.
If you hear like 3 idiots and a mic, that's my account that I use to monitor the stream. Might toss some likes in there too, here and there. Why not? Gotta support yourself, baby. Okay. Guild Wars, we're back. Scotty, what up, dog? How's your Labor Day? Hope it's going well.
Three idiots and a mic is going off.
Yeah, we want to get us back to 100 here. I had to end the stream on TikTok and start it again because I feel like
good fams.
Word, that's what's up. Yeah, it's been a pretty chill day, man. It's kind of nice. I took care of a lot of logistical stuff that I wanted to do for the stream, like make the right sort of presets. And so that was good. Gotta make some video and add that to my LinkedIn to boost my resume a bit. Hopefully, we'll see. Anyway, let's get back into some Guild Wars. All right. Still having that issue where I can't see the map because of my mic placement. No, I don't think it's gonna really change. Maybe this is it. Helps a little bit. this low. Move it up. Alright, we can see the map now. My mic's still good? I think so. Okay. How do I get out of the guild hall? Scotty, you ever play this game? Or you ever heard of it? It's pretty cool. It's like, you know, one of those MMORPGs, like your WoW. But I feel like Guild Wars got a lot of hype when it first came out, and it still gets a lot of love. I think the player base is like 500,000.
Says I've heard about it, but never played it.
Yeah, like I first started hearing of it probably like beginning of high school. People were really hyped about it, and it seems like they're still hyped, right? It's been out for like over 10 years now. Player base is still going strong. Alright, how do I get out of here, bro? They want me to use emotes. I'm trying to leave this spot. Alright, how do I use emotes? Perform emotes. How do you perform an emote? See, it's times like this I need someone in the chat who knows about the game. Like I had a guy like that a couple streams ago who like has like 2K hours clocked into this game and knew everything about it. Like, how do you emote? It's not E. G is for guild. J doesn't do anything. K doesn't do anything. L doesn't do anything. Z doesn't do anything. X is the mount. V B is to roll. And M is map. So how do I emote? Alright, this looks like a Google problem.
Welcome, God, Dizzy.
Guys, if you're watching on Scotty, appreciate the like stock. Guys, if you're watching on Twitch or Kick, let me know how you emote in Guild Wars. That's what I have to do right now for this mission I have, I think. Viewing vistas. Maybe it's bugged. Because I finished the mission, but it's not letting me exit. So it could be bugged. This doesn't seem right. Now, let me try talking to this lady. Maybe that'll be it. So it won't even let me talk to this guy. Okay.
You must visit more often.
You are a welcome guest.
Okay. I think it's bug chat. Me thinks it's bugged. Okay, so I guess we get out of here.
Welcome, BK Hustle Hard.
What up, BK? Guys, the game is bugged, so I'm gonna exit. Can I just exit?
Welcome, Chance.
Log out. What up, Chance? Alright, let's see if that helped. We're gonna reload. Because it's not prompting me to like do anything after that mission. So something's definitely up. Starving.
Welcome, Stephen Miller.
Try to eat lunch. Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller. That, yo, who's Stephen Miller? I feel like Stephen Miller was someone in, or is someone in the Trump administration. I'm not sure what he does, but I feel like that name is familiar. Okay, see, yeah, it got me out of that place I was at. An unequipped item. It always does that. And then I go into my menu and I don't see an unequipped item. Okay. Head this way, discover Traveler's Loft. Okay. Sure. I still need a Google. Yo, Scotty, can you Google how to emote in Guild Wars? Oh, that's what happened. This place was supposed to like open up from the fight, and then it didn't, I think. I need to leave though. Damn, y'all not gonna let me jump over that? I'm trying to be a real degenerate. Come on, guys. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, I can only like still barely see my map, but we'll take it. It's better than not being able to see the map at all. What was that prompt just
Welcome,
now?
Kenny Black.
Enter. No, we don't want to enter that. What up, Kenny?
Welcome, Backstreet Rich.
Backstreet Rich. Yo, some people are joining with cool names. You know.
Thanks for the follow. Backstreet Rich.
Hey, Backstreet Rich, appreciate the follow. Like, not knocking anyone, you know, do what you want. It's your life. It's your TikTok account. But like when people join and their names
Scotty
make
B says
no
to
sense.
Guild Wars 2. Open the chat window by pressing enter and type a / command like dunk. Backstreet Rich says all love, bro.
Okay. All right. So if I press / and like
Backstreet
what
Rich
dance
says it's my brand young.
word, that's lit. Okay. What the hell? Okay. So it just said I emoted, but she didn't actually do anything. / dance. There we go. All right. We're emoting.
Welcome, Cool Kush.
Cool Kush. How we doing? But yeah, like people would join the chat and like
Scotty B says word.
Appreciate you, Scotty. The Tickfinity will read out their name, but since it's not like anything intelligible, it won't say anything. It'll just be like it'll just spell out whatever they have because it's not a real. It's not even that it's not a real word or a name. It's just nothing. It'd be like XMMGYF. I'm like, bro, like I can't greet you if your name is a bunch of nonsense. Anyway, that was a small rant. Peter's waypoint. All right, we gotta find that waypoint. Let me pull up the map. Is this the waypoint? All right, bet.
Fair warning. Old Breck isn't like other cities.
Yo, Rich, what's your brand? What do you do?
Okay, but if you need anything.
If Rich is still in the chat, it's kind of hard to tell sometimes. People are. I can see how many people are in the chat, but I can't see who exactly is in the chat because I don't have the chat up. That's why I'm using the Tickfinity to like read out people's messages after they follow because I can't see the chat. I'm like monitoring from my phone on my other account, so it shows me how many people are currently viewing. Yo, what? Is this thing no longer there? Those ravens.
Welcome.
Ooh, Undiscovered Vista. What's up, Dragonfly? All right, let's put a marker on the map because I get super lost. Marker is gonna help. So where's this vista though? It's like in this hole. Oh, I guess it is in this hole. Look at that. What the hell? Who would have known this was all here? Oh, it's the ice guys, but they're not trying to fight? Weird. Why are they so close to all the other people? It's the Sons of Savnir, but they're not hostiles for some reason. They're just chilling. There's an undiscovered vista, like where, brother? This is a strange chat because these are the bad guys. They're right next to the headquarters of the good guys. And no one is scrapping. I'm confused, mate. See, these are...
JR.
What up, Donald? Like, these are the quote-unquote good guys here. And the bad guys are, like, right behind them. They're neighbors. Make it make sense. Yeah, I'm confused. Why are they not attacking them? They just attacked like 2 missions ago. This don't make no sense. Alright, check the map. It wants me to find a vista. I went to the location, like I pinged it over here. This is the vista, but I go there and then undiscovered vista, but like, what do you mean? Where is it? Let me fast travel again, try again. I know this is not the most exciting part of the game, but when I find these places, I get a ton of XP, which allows me to do other cool stuff. I can't swear because right now my ooh, this is a pretty cool monument. It's made of ice. That's cool. There's like another eagle made of ice. Damn, this must have been a ton of work. Bunch of animals made of ice. Still though, this is my main waypoint. Did I do all the free missions? Undiscovered vista, where though? Alright, start running. It says, is it behind this hill? My boy Tyler played this game for a bit. We got it because our other friend was playing it, Pinky, Scotty, and he said that he could no longer progress because he like finished the free part of the game. I'm feeling like I've reached that point because I'm not seeing any story missions anymore.
Scotty B says, oh, okay.
So I think at some point you have to like get the expansions to keep progressing through the story. It's quite the grand mausoleum. Would you consider this thing a mausoleum? What constitutes a mausoleum? Scotty, that should be your next Google. What makes something a mausoleum? JK. Hey, that's a ton of damage. My mount died. Love that. Wolf waypoint, okay. Can I just summon the mount again? Yeah, cool. I thought it'd be on like a cooldown or something.
Welcome, Norman.
What up, Norman? So right now the game is just having me discover all the different locations. They're close to here at least.
Just passing through?
Sure enough.
Great. Stay sharp. You never know who's watching.
I do wonder though if I have indeed reached that point where I gotta get an expansion to keep playing. And I might, because when I enjoy it, and I've always wanted to play an MMO. What up, Lavelle? I've always wanted to play an MMORPG growing up, and I'm not sure if I'm ready for WoW, but a game like a WoW like game, yeah. Plus I have New World, and I I enjoy that. People kind of shit on it, but I had fun playing it. I like that it's controller accessible. A lot of these aren't controller accessible. Not a huge fan of playing on keyboard and mouse. Like, I'll do it, it's fine, but it hurts my fingers. I get like carpal tunnel.
Scotty B says FF14 is better in my opinion, and you can use controller.
Oh, that, you know what? I played Final Fantasy on the PlayStation for a little bit, and I had a good time. I might try that out too. That's on Steam. I'll be down to take a look at that. Oh, there's another one of these things. This is just the devs having a reason to show
Scotty
off.
B says, let me know I play all the time.
Oh, word? Say less. I know it definitely has a huge player base. And I've like watched some YouTubers that I like follow and used to watch a lot of their like gameplay play it. Like, I know Afro Senju played it or play it. Some other folks. Did I already get that one? How are they doing this big jump up there? Come on.
Scotty B says I like the fact that you can play classes and not locked to one class.
This is kind of like that. Like, you pick like a overarching class. Actually, no, maybe not. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, because like New World is kind of like that too. But like I think the way New World does it is like the weapons you use dictate your level in that class. Like, the classes are done by the equipment. But here I'm a necromancer, and that gives me certain... Oh, I think the way they do it is like the class you choose at the beginning is like your specialization, but you can use any kind of weapon. So like I could be a necromancer that uses like guns or swords, or like a necromancer caster.
Scotty B says, yay, it's something like that.
Yeah. I think a lot of them have started doing that because they realize people don't like feeling trapped in like a single way of playing. Which, I mean, like, who would? It's not as fun. Okay, so I've discovered a ton of stuff. Oh, do they want me to just keep roaming this place? I'm going to discover something else, okay. They want me to gather crafting materials. Okay, so I'm like, I feel like I'm back in the tutorial again, because now they're like, gather crafting. Or maybe this is like the tutorial for the main game, like after they start doing expansions. It's gonna die again. That didn't kill it? Last time it died really quickly. So is this thing just contextual? Like, it keeps sending me to a different place and changing every time I gain some ground. It might very well be. The fact that I can bring my mount in here and it doesn't just like force me off of it is kind of cool.
Welcome, Eric Shelton.
What up, Eric? Thanks, love. Thank you. Oh. Yeah, don't worry. I'll grab it.
Fish?
Huh? No, I'm not a fish. I'm riding some dinosaur-looking thing now. Yeah. Yeah, but I'm just like a regular person. Alright, how do we... If I leave this location, it's gonna let me do other missions? I mean, there are other hearts. I'm curious. Let me Google it. Like, when does the base game, how far does the base game go? What? Oh, I'm not done with the base game yet. Yeah, I was gonna say that feels quick. It says the base game is like level 80, but is that true? Because Pink got the expansions. Okay, so the base game is level 80. So I have a lot more to do. Alright, that's good to know.
Welcome, RJ the Great.
What up, RJ? But they're really out here wanting me to like Adventure Guide Volume 2, gather crafting materials, use the bank, deposit materials. Damn, bruh. Can I look at my quest? I'm just trying to do the missions, bro. I don't want to do the quality of life stuff yet.
Coin wagering? Ugh, there's no pride in that.
Speak for yourself. I'd fight for glory and take their money. I've plenty of uses for coin.
Oh, I have to level up to, I'm too low of a level. I need to be level 30. Okay. Damn, did I not level... Like, what? How does that even happen? Okay, so a couple things are happening. I'm not at a high enough level yet for the next part of the story. So they're making me, like, check out the, like, quality of life things in the game. Okay, good to know. I thought I had finished, like, the free-to-play part, but nope. I do have to eat, though. So we're gonna pivot a bit. I just throw on some YouTube while I eat. I'll stream it though. Exit the desktop. Switch my category to just chatting. Stream info. Live. Can you not change the like OG category? See, TikTok is just not as like fluid as the other platforms. Like right now, if I go to Twitch, I can just change my category to like just chat and like just switch it up. But TikTok is like, nah, end the stream and start all over. I'm like, bro, relax. Also, TikTok's like whatever they use to monitor the streams is super aggressive. Like if you're not constantly yapping, it thinks you've stopped streaming. It'll just like cancel your stream and ban it. I'm like, brother, like y'all gotta take it easy. Like I'm just trying to chill. We might watch a death battle. Boom. Does YouTube let you change? YouTube does too. So it's just TikTok. Would you look at that, folks? All right.
Welcome, Donald Williams.
Donald Williams, what up, dog? Bro, this thing really won't let me change my live to just chatting. Whatever. It is what it is. Duplicate this scene. Go here. Add.
Welcome, Scotty B.
Display capture. What else got? Need a lot of these. Delete. Delete. Camera. Go here. I wanna like fit to screen this bad boy. Delete this, John. Lock down the camera. It's a bit.
Welcome to Real.
Yo, what up, yo? Alright. Figure it out for add a display capture. Go here. Go here. Go here. This far. It's a screen. Lock. Word. That was a smoother transition than usual, chat.
And we're back with another episode of Before You Buy. That show where we give you some straight up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. As usual,
I don't know if you guys have ever seen game ranks, but it's kind of where I go, you know, for the good old game review. Why not?
Talking about Hell Is Us. This is a really cool game that came out of nowhere.
Scotty B says, I love it,
It's
dude.
not perfect, but let me describe
Yeah,
it and explain
Game
it
Ranks
to you,
is,
because I think some of you guys are
you know,
really going to be into it.
they do a good job.
Hell is Us is a third-person action-adventure game in a modern setting. Well, I mean, it's the 90s, so like you're not like a knight or anything. You're just
Scotty
this
B
weird
says it's
guy.
my go,
You're dropped
too.
into a foreign country with not a lot of
Facts.
information and a vague mission. The country is like ripped apart by civil war, and of course there are weird monsters everywhere because it's a video game. You know, it is typical video game stuff. It sounds like it, at least on paper. But the way this game kind of unfurls itself is just what makes it so interesting. It's been described as a type of game that does not hold your hands. The developers seem pretty proud of this. The game doesn't push you or guide you in any way that is noticeable.
On PC, it's feeling a
Might
bit
be like me, you know, chances are you probably are. You play a lot of games, maybe you
ran
play a lot
heavy.
of third-person action games and action-adventure games that you feel like you can play in your sleep, right? Like you know where to climb, you know where to go, what to do, what wall to shimmy past, because I feel like at this point you've seen it a million times before. And even still, the game pushes you in such an obvious way with arrows pointing everywhere, everything spelled out to you, everything just so obvious. Hell is Us kind of serves as the antidote to that. Multiple large, explorable, open zones, deep dungeons, NPCs with
All right.
quests, welcome me, no quest markers, no map.
What up, you?
Ways to keep track of your goals or anything you found. Other than the equivalent of kind of like a Palm Pilot or an iPad for basic loadout and keeping track of leads, you're really on your own. It might end up even being a pen and paper style game for you, depending on your memory. And this is what hooked me with this game. So just so you know, before we get into it, I've been playing a review copy, and this footage is captured running on PS5 Pro, and there's no spoilers. But just as a loose setup, you play as Remy, a guy who gets into this country as a former kind of UN peacekeeper, but with his own motivations. He has ties to this land, and he has some things he needs to figure out. So he goes AWOL, he goes over enemy lines or whatever,
Okay.
and sets out into this isolated country. And again, I'm keeping it vague to not spoil anything. I really think that it's just part of the fun here. But, you know, after wandering around the woods for a little bit, shit goes south. These weird abstract horror
Damn, I haven't been paying attention to the review. I'm gonna have to run it back.
Look, it's not
Hell is
perfect,
Us.
but
Okay.
Let me describe it and explain it to you because
Just
I think
check
some
it out,
of you
y'all.
guys are really going to be into it. So, Hell is Us is a third-person action-adventure game in a modern setting. Well, I mean, it's the 90s, so like you're not like a knight or anything. You're just this weird guy. You're dropped into a foreign country with not a lot of information and a vague mission. The country is like ripped apart by civil war.
3 idiots and a mic is going off.
It's a video game, you know? It is typical video game stuff. It sounds like it, at least on paper. But the way this game kind of unfurls itself is just what makes it so interesting. It's been described as a type of game that does not hold your hands. The developers seem pretty proud of this. The game doesn't push you or guide you in any way that is noticeable. Now, you might be like me, you know, chances are you probably are. You play a lot of games. Maybe you play a lot of third-person action games and action-adventure games that you feel like you can play in your sleep, right? Like, you know where to climb, you know where to go, what to do, what wall to shimmy past, because I feel like at this
I'm really getting back into these games. These are the kind of games I grew up playing until I like switched to the first-person shooter with Modern Warfare 2. But now that I'm kind of all caught out, it's nice getting back into these action-adventure games.
point, you've seen it a million times before. And even still, the game pushes you in such an obvious way with arrows pointing everywhere, everything spelled out to you, everything just so obvious. Hell is Us kind of serves as the antidote to that. Multiple large, explorable, open zones, deep dungeons, NPCs with requests, and with all that, no quest markers, no map, and not even a ton of ways to keep track of your goals or anything you've found. Other than the equivalent of kind of like a Palm Pilot or an iPad for basic loadout and keeping track of leads, you're really on your own here. It might end up even being a pen and paper style game for you depending on your memory. And this is what hooked me on this game. So just so you know, before we get into it, I've been playing a review copy, and this footage is captured running on PS5 Pro, and there's no spoilers. But just as a loose setup, You play as Remy, a guy who gets into this country as a former kind of UN peacekeeper, but with his own motivations. He has ties to this land, and he has some things he needs to figure out. So he goes AWOL, he goes over enemy lines or whatever, and sets out into this isolated country. And again, I'm keeping it vague to not spoil anything. I really think that it's just part of the fun here. But, you know, after wandering around the woods for a little bit, shit goes south. These weird abstract horror monsters show up, and you get weapons and tools to fight back. So the three components of the game are combat, exploration, and puzzles. Combat is fairly simple, like once you get the hang of it. A light attack, a heavy attack, a block, and a parry, so enemies can be like staggered to be vulnerable to finishers, and you can dodge. There's also a cool mechanic where like if after attacks or strikes, you can time a button press right, and you can actually gain back some health. Get a bunch of hits on an enemy in a row and not take damage, and
I
timing
spilled
that
a
button
bunch of
press
stuff on
will
myself.
gain you even more health. So you can kind of gamble it a little bit. Where it gets a bit more complex is your loadout. So you have a tactical drone that follows you around. He can scan stuff for you, like for clues. You can use him as a flashlight, but it also helps you out in combat, giving you
Having a tactical drone in a game like this is wild.
access to cooldown abilities like...
I feel like it's incorporating a lot of different elements in different kinds of games.
Drawing enemy aggression away from you like a distract, a forward-propelled lunge, a drone-lifted downward smash attack, and more that you can discover and equip throughout
Welcome
the game.
on point.
What up, On Point?
Speaking of that, as you play, you pick up different magic weapons. A sword, maybe a heavy sword, a polearm, twin axes. You're going to find your favorites and probably settle in. But either way, any weapon can be leveled up by...
Seems like these like
also,
white guys with no faces or stomachs are like the base enemies.
Glyphs that enable special magic attacks. So on that hand, and these are all tied to like holding the trigger and pressing a face button. So, maybe like an AoE blast, a heal,
Welcome,
a ranged
Shirogami.
zap, you name it.
What up, Shirogami? The enemies look pretty interesting.
Weapons and their connected attacks can be specialized into different magic types with cool names like grief, rage, terror, etc. And along with all that, you're also going to find stuff in the environment to equip on your character to net you active and passive stat bonuses. It sounds like a lot, but it's actually pretty simple. It's basically light RPG stuff. Interesting enough to just keep you looking around for better stuff. Now that's about 40-ish% of what you're doing, combat stuff. The rest of the time, you're wandering around dense, beautifully detailed, mysterious...
I wonder who's the developer of this game because it feels like something out of Japan.
creepy locations, trying to figure out how to progress.
Like not like a Persona, but more like a Metal Gear.
Resident Evil style stuff sometimes, like weird keys to open weird doors, but more complex stuff like using notes and environmental cues to slow...
Or what's that game with the baby? You know what I'm talking about? And like Norman Reedus.
Slowly sort things out and maybe crack a code or an even stranger type puzzle. Sometimes you'll pick something up and you won't even understand what the hell you need it for a few hours. It's not an open world game, but a lot of the open areas are incredibly open, like full-on towns, villages, parks, deep woods, and more. Exploring these areas makes the game for me. Like, I love the design of these areas. Like, every corner you turn, You don't really know if you're going to stumble upon something useful, or a monster trying to kill you, or maybe a hidden NPC that needs some help, or maybe an entire dungeon. Like, the amount of times I explored what I thought was a massive open area, only to discover it was actually hiding
Welcome,
an
Mr.
even
Gabe.
more massive area around the corner,
What up,
or
Gabe?
underneath everything, just blew me away. It can be staggering at times, just like unpacking the layouts of these levels. I keep using the word unpack or unfurl. Like, it just is that type of game. It's fun to really slowly undo, slowly unravel, really, really sink your teeth into. The NPCs especially are interesting because they're kind of like mini puzzles. Many of them just need help in certain ways. Sometimes they need an item you can find and give to them. But again, a lot of it is not spelled out to you. They don't like usually expressly ask for something. It's not a quest marker.
I'm feeling like gaming is kind of falling off. Like, between microtransactions and everyone just copying and pasting each other. Like, it feels like every new game that's released is either like a free to play that has a ton of like microtransactions and like a ton of gooning content.
Welcome, Joker.
Or what up, Joker? Or it's like a AAA, but it tries to be like Fortnite and loses its identity and just becomes this like nothing of a game. Hopefully Battlefield 6 is changing that, because people have been giving them some good attention, and hopefully like other game devs and studios see that and take a bit from that, because right now gaming is in a rough shape, guys.
It's not obvious. It's not totally tracked. It's super vague. And it's up to you to just figure out who needs what or how someone can be helped.
I wish I had held on to my dad's hand. I hope he's safe. I want him to come get me. Yes, my dad's name is Caspian. Hello?
It does lead to a lot of you wandering around kind of endlessly, sometimes getting lost because, again, you have no map or anything. So for me, this definitely felt like it kind of padded out the length a lot, just because of the amount of times I wandered to the wrong place, or just straight up forgot what I was doing, or I forgot where a door I saw 2 hours.
No map could get frustrating, but I feel like it forces you to lock into the game. I don't mind that for something like this.
Hours ago was, or I forgot where an NPC I needed to get to was. This can definitely frustrate some players. Some of you might find it annoying or tedious, or it can feel too obtuse for no reason.
The drone sits on your back like it's BD. It's funny, like from Star Wars Jedi.
But I couldn't help just finding myself enjoying the ride. I didn't mind it. Again, thanks, I think, to the complex design of the levels, but also the world building, the really, really good music, the ambient sound effects, and visuals. I just found myself kind of always pushing to figure out what
Dragonfly.
was next, how to get to the next thing.
What's up, Dragonfly?
Some weird chest I found hidden in a corner. The game is just built as a really fun Rubik's Cube. And it's not like the most insane, challenging puzzle game, like, you know, like some indie puzzle game you'd find on Steam. But for me, I think it was like just right. I stumbled, I got stuck just the right amount, and when I finally figured something out, it felt really satisfying. The game has enough, most of the time, where like if you're stumped, you can wander around for a while, uncover something else, maybe discover something else, and then come back and then maybe solve your problem. Sometimes you might feel like you're going crazy or you're forgetting something. You might even start like writing stuff down on your phone to keep track like I did. I just found it worthwhile, and I recommend if you do play it, to go in blind and don't use a guide. And that world building really works here. The main characters seem somewhat simple, but like the mysterious presentation of it all, you know, the kind of cold, odd sci-fi atmosphere, just the right amount of like dark dread to it all, it's interesting. Plus, in my opinion, the game cuts checks it can actually cash.
Dave is such a weirdo.
Something to say and
Or
really
Jake
showcase
Baldino, the guy who hosts Game Rank. He's one of the hosts. I think he's the founder, but he's such a weirdo in like the best way.
just when you think you have a side
He's like one of those gamers who's really in it for games like this, right? Like Jake's not trying to sweat you on COD. He's trying to like sit back and like enjoy the story, the different game mechanics and things like that.
Things another way. But at the end of it all is human suffering. And the game actually goes to some pretty dark lengths to show that. There's some dreary, like dreadful, depressing stuff in this game. But it wasn't just shock value. It actually like just emotionally hits. And for a game that isn't riddled with like, you know, in-your-face acting and constant story or a million cutscenes, just the right amount here and there, it still managed to make me like want to.
Chad, I'm working so hard to get this mic out of my face so I can eat.
Hit in my stomach when brutal things would come to light. You know, just how crappy humans can
I just don't seem to be hitting the mark.
This is where the title of the game starts to make sense. They actually try to go for that. Now, I've been saying all this because the puzzles, the world, all of that is so strong, but I buried the lead here. Man, the combat is the weakest link. This is the flaw of the game, for my money. There are difficulty options and modifiers, but on normal difficulty during my playthrough, combat
This is your first time? Sorry. Talking with my mouth full. What are you gonna do? If this is your first time watching the stream, drop a follow, share it. Check out their Instagram, YouTube, TikTok, Twitch, all that.
Pretty early on, and you're gonna be fighting the same enemies over and over again until you're sick of them, and it just feels.
The video we're watching right now is
scary, and then after a while, they're not.
Before you buy video, there are these guys who like review games on YouTube. And the game is Hell Is Us.
It kept me like engaged just enough, but it was straight up my least favorite aspect of the game, especially with a finicky lock-on system that did screw me over a few times in tighter areas. Still, it's just standard-ish, simple action light RPG stuff that does the job, but I wanted more from it. Visually, the game performed very well for me. I had no technical issues, aside from one random crash, but I was just really satisfied
The guy's
with
on
the overall look of the game.
like Poncho, kind of looks like a clock a bit.
Smooth, with some incredibly beautifully lit scenes. As much as it is a dreary, depressing, grim game, it uses color really effectively. And again, technically, I can't speak to the PC.
The visuals are really nice. The graphics are really nice. I feel like that's the thing now, though. Like,
long story short,
well, like back in the day, to release a game that looked really good, you had to be like a AAA studio. But now, like everyone uses Unreal Engine to make their games, right? Like Unreal Engine is made by a specific developer, and then they sell the engine to every other game developer. And like you might have some smaller studios using other things, but all the big guys are using Unreal.
Welcome, Villain.
What's up, Villain? And like the most modern Unreal Engine is just good. It's just graphically solid. So if you're a game dev and you're using Unreal like every other game dev, you're gonna have good graphics. Like so like this, like the graphics war. That used to be a thing where it was like, oh, like which games have the best graphics and which console has like the best capabilities to have like good graphics. That's over. That's not a thing anymore. Everyone is gonna have good graphics. Like I could make a game right now and make it have good graphics with no experience. I just download Unreal Engine on my PC. Like it comes with a ton of pre-made assets, and then if I need to code, I can just ask ChatGPT to make the code for me, right? So like that's no longer impressive. And I think the studios are lagging behind in that, where like they're still focusing on like they're not innovating much anymore. The last thing that did was Fortnite, and then everyone and their mother is trying to copy it now, to no avail, because all these games are now losing their identity.
short dude, Hell is Us is just such a weird game. It came out of nowhere for me. And this sci-fi 90s Civil War world just really got its hooks in me. Sometimes a weird, flawed game just comes along and you fall in love with it. And Hell is Us did that just for me. Like, the sense of discovery in this game I found fantastic. The sense of really figuring out something tricky is addictive. And the sense of dread and awe and wonder and confusion and mystery and like what's around the next corner the game constantly hits you with, that's just really good stuff. If you're easily frustrated or not into puzzles or you need more engaging combat, you know, maybe you don't like reading weird texts and learning about a made-up civilization and fake video game lore, hey, maybe it's not your thing. Sometimes it isn't even mine, depending on the game. But with Hell is Us, it was the right mix. And it's not a full-priced game. It'll probably take you at least 25, 30 hours, depending on how good your brain is. And yeah, maybe you should consider it. But hey, that's a before you buy. You know how this goes by now. I give you some pros, some cons, and some personal opinion.
Don't we ever, Jakey?
Was this game on your radar? Did you play the demo? I think they released on Steam. Or is this coming
Jake,
out
do you really want to hear mine, or is this a canned phrase you've created to
this game? Hit us up. We'd love to hear from you.
to get engagement? Of course it is. I'm not knocking your hustle, baby. Do your thing. I'm gonna watch another game ranks, and then I want to check out Death Battle.
Welcome back to another episode of Before You Buy, the show where we give you some straight-up gameplay and our first impressions of the latest games releasing. Hi, folks. It's Falcon, and today we're looking at Lost Soul Aside, an action RPG that's been in development since, I kid you not, 2014. And it started as a one-man project. It's one of those long-gestated games that seems...
I think I saw this on Steam, and I think I've actually, like, seen clips of it from, like, forever ago. But I'm not quite sure. Yo, Donnell, what up, Donnell? Donnell, if you're not following, definitely drop a follow. If you are, appreciate you. But yeah, let's get back into it.
Very ambitious when it was first revealed. One of those too good to be true games that a lot of people assumed would never actually come out, but we have played it, and it is the real deal. Sometimes a long-gestated game like this...
Dude, sometimes the, like, faceless profiles with, like, no profile pic and, like a pseudo-sketchy name. Like it's kind of a name and then it's just a bunch of numbers. Sometimes they'll suss me out, bro. I'm like, is this a bot? And if it is a bot, why is it like lingering on my stream?
Developer, but they managed to pull it off with a game that's stuffed full of content, looks stunning, and plays well. Lost Soul Aside is basically trying to be the Final Fantasy inspired version of that, but does it pull it off? I don't want to give you this answer, but unfortunately, the answer is no. Lost Soul Aside is impressive in a lot of ways, especially for a game originally started by just a single developer, before eventually building up to a team of about 40, which is still pretty small, and there is a certain amateurness to a lot of the way Lost Soul Aside is built that kind of betrays its relatively indie origins. The passion's clearly there, but there's some problems. The combat is fun, but rough. The visuals swing wildly between pretty amazing in some areas and very out of date in others. The story is a total flatline outside of the intriguing opening, but the worst thing about Lost Soul Aside is it's just kind of a slog to play after a while, which shouldn't be how I feel about an old school action game like this with RPG elements. It's not a Souls-like. It's not even close to a Souls-like. It's much closer to something like a Platinum game crossed with Final Fantasy 16, which is kind of a Platinum game crossed with Final Fantasy. Combat's a spectacle. It's fast and intense.
Welcome, Plo Goon.
Giving though, with a focus on fun over
What up, Plo?
That's a welcome breath of fresh air right now, where it feels like every action game needs to have some Souls DNA. But this is a throwback. In a lot of ways, it plays like a lost Xbox 360 era game, and also sometimes it looks like that. Make no mistake, the trailers and the pre-release information emphasize the
Like, it's given like a...
Lost Souls aside, but it's...
What I've seen so far gives me this, is like reminiscent of like a God of War with a Persona, like a God of War in a Persona skin.
not an RPG. It's got some RPG elements. There's
But like God of War 2, you know what I'm saying? Like not God of War 3 or the one where he's fighting the Asgardians. Like a God of War 2. Like a bit dated, but has some new some new clothes.
There's weapons to collect, trinkets to equip, skill tree to unlock, but it's not an RPG. It's an action game with all the functions we have come to expect from action games. There's perfect dodges, perfect blocks, weapon swapping, to pull off ridiculous combos, a stagger mechanic. You can perform special attacks by holding on the left trigger and pressing one of the face buttons. There's a devil trigger. It's got all the action game mechanics you know about. It doesn't really bring anything new to the table. But all of this stuff does mostly work as intended, so that's good. Not necessarily very good or great, but those elements are good. There's the occasion.
I think he's touching on the big issue in gaming right now, right? That I was alluding to before. All of these games are just clones of one another. Like, that's gonna happen, but you have to do something that makes you stand out, something that makes you unique. And to that end, what they try to do is create a unique looking aesthetic, right? Like, the game looks different, but it plays the same as everything else. And I don't think that's enough to keep players around. Certainly not enough to keep me playing the game. And I think part of it is, like, these things are businesses, so their decisions are led by the information that they have. But if you have a market where only one kind of product is getting put out, it's going to limit the kind of results you get because no one is doing anything differently. So everyone is like, well, these are the games that are successful. It's like, no, it's not that these are the games that are successful. It's that these are the only kinds of games that people make because everyone is operating under that same assumption. And it's more than an assumption because they're acting from data. But then you'll get a game like what's a good example of this? Something that did something different and it went well. I want to say Baldur's Gate, but not really, because Baldur's Gate just kind of had a return to form. Like, what they quote unquote did differently was just not add all the modern things that make games shitty. But short of that, they didn't really do anything different. Persona, kind of, but like, it's also a turn-based. That's very similar. Death Stranding might be the one game. Death Stranding might be the one game that, in a long time, has done something different, just in how you engage in the game, like what you're expected to do. Like, you're like this colonizer on a planet who becomes a delivery man in charge of taking care of this baby. And then there are all these like cosmic horror figures popping up left and right. But like, you're not expected to really fight them, but kind of evade them. But it's not a stealth game and it's not a horror game, right? It has a unique identity. And so many studios are afraid to do things like that because there's no telling if it's going to be successful because there's no precedent for it. But in a market that's so saturated, that's what's necessary. That's what's necessary. The market is extremely saturated. I mean, the same could be said for like content creation. And like, this is something I think about, like, what can I do that, and like, it has to be true to you, right? It can't just be like a gimmick and like a means to an end. Like, what is that thing that will separate you from the pack?
Occasional ally that tags along on certain missions, but you don't really have a party in this game. There aren't any quests. There's very little exploration. The game,
and it's like, I feel like when it comes to like a creative endeavor, it's less about finding. It's less about looking outward and more about looking inwardly. Like, what is the thing about you that, by virtue of you being a being that is to some degree separate from your surroundings, what is the thing about you that is unique? And how do you display that or have that inform what you're doing.
Connected by hallways and the random platforming segments or light puzzle, that kind of stuff. They try to break things up so the game isn't just non-stop fighting, but it feels like that anyway, and it starts to get tiring after a while. It's hard to say this, but there's just too much fighting. There's too many bosses stacked back to back. Normally, the non-stop spectacle is something I would be all over, and in isolation, a lot of this stuff is actually really fun. But Lost Soul Aside is terminally lacking in chill. It cannot let up and let things breathe, and when it does let up, it's boring. It doesn't know how to it doesn't know what let up should be. Certain levels stretch on for an absolute eternity, with multiple well-conceived but ultimately pointless boss encounters with too much health that they force you to fight multiple times in a row. Here's the thing about Lost Soul Aside. The game isn't short, but it somehow manages to feel rushed anyway. Part of that comes down to the story, which at first seems to be interesting, establishing a sort of Final Fantasy VII inspired dynamic where you're some plucky rebels taking on a Magitech empire, but all that quickly gets pushed into the background for a basic treasure hunt where you collect 5 crystal doodads to save your sister and the world. Never heard that one before. The music, I will say, is especially Final Fantasy inspired, and
Let's look at the Steam page. One thing that gets me about some games and their advertisement, when they lean so heavily on visuals. Like, this is exactly what this game is doing, right? Like, it's showing you these cool, like, scenes and, like, oh, badass looking character. I'm like, brother, I go watch an anime. Like, what, bro? Like, no one's playing games for this anymore. I'm not sure if, I mean, yes, maybe at some point people did play the game because it looked so good, but that was like what hooked them and what drew them in. But they stayed for the gameplay, for the quality of the engagement. And that's lacking here. It's not a lot of quality. All right, let's continue the vid. As I'm doing this, I'm realizing, like, I should take a less formal approach to my other content creation endeavors. One, it makes it easier for me to speak, but also feels more natural. The only thing about that is, like, I have to take notes on, like, I guess this is only really the case on the spin, but I think with like a couple bullet points and like a beginning, middle, and end kind of vibe, I can just get in there, say my piece. Maybe like I write down my thoughts before, turn like those couple paragraphs into bullet points, and then just kind of allow myself to pseudo riff and get in there with the editing. And like that's what a lot of people do. That's not anything groundbreaking.
Easily one of the best parts of the game. It's fantastic. Feels pulled right out of the Final Fantasy VII remake.
One thing that
Good way.
makes things feel really good though is my mic working properly. Because before I had to like strain my voice so much for it to be louder than the desktop audio, for it to be louder than all the noise in the background. But now that I fixed it, I can like talk at my regular like in-house volume, right? What feels comfortable for my voice. Plus I have asthma, and like half the time I'm straining my voice to talk and I can't freaking breathe and it kills me. Like, I don't have to do that, and this makes it feel a lot more relaxed, a lot easier to do.
Way. And like I said, I do think the initial setup is intriguing, but the game does not make a very good first impression. You immediately start with a walk and talk, where they don't lock down your movement or just speeded things to make it feel natural. You're just walking either a little too slow to keep up, or you're sprinting ahead way too fast with nothing in between, and it's weird. The first combat encounters feel a little lifeless and awkward. You've got some flashy moves, but the controls are not as tight as, well, a game that is similar but developed by a more experienced team, which is actually...
See, like, when this game was being developed in 2014 and it came out in 2014, it'd be amazing because we would judge it for that time, right? It would be compared to what else was out there in 2014. But right now it's 2025. And the guy started it in 2014 with all the conventions of 2014. And so now it's dated. Now that it's out and they haven't changed much from what the original vision was, it's dated.
Kind of crazy to say because the team has at least 11 years of experience working on this damn thing. When you finally meet Lord Arena, the game's answer to Grimoire Noir from Nier, because he's essentially the same character except swap out book for dragon, that's when things get a little more interesting. The game does start clicking, but it takes a while for that to set in. For the first few hours, I was wondering what exactly this game was directly. Is there more to this? And yes, there is, but not necessarily as much as I'd like or probably a lot of people would like. There's sort of a hub area. Between missions, you return to the docks where the game starts. That acts as a hub area. Pretty bare bones, though. Kind of feels like filler. There's no side quests. All you can really do is run around, rub up against the game's many invisible walls, and awkwardly collect items that are mostly useless. The game's one sort of innovative idea feels kind of pointless. There's a system where you can apply various upgrades to your weapons in the form of weapon accessories, which actually
the wolves
appear on your weapon, and you can customize where they go. These things pretty much always look awkward, and that's when they don't just look flat out dumb. You can have the accessories float in the air around the weapon, or make them too big or tiny, or overlap with each other. It always looks awkward, but it barely matters because you never see this stuff anyway with the zoomed out camera and the frantic gameplay. The rest of the character building stuff is pretty standard, but I do like how they slowly unlock an arsenal of weapons. You get multiple weapons to play around with that all have unique gimmicks and abilities associated with them, and to their credit, each weapon does feel unique to use. It's not one of those games where all the weapons are essentially the same with a few modifiers. The
combat right now is feeling like Bayonetta.
Sword feels entirely...
Or Bayonetta? Whatever the name is of that game with the lady who was like a witch and could control her hair. No, it's kind of like a Dante's Inferno kind of vibe.
Entirely different from...
And Devil May Cry.
The greatsword, which is nothing like the pole blade. You can swap weapons at absolutely any time, and when you put everything together, you can string together some truly ridiculous combos, which you will have to do because at a certain point, everything you're fighting takes an obscene amount of punishment to bring down. By the time you get past the prologue, the game's throwing boss-level encounters at you practically non-stop. In certain missions, it feels like almost every other encounter is a boss fight. And while it's normally a good thing for an action game, the more unique encounters, the better, it starts to get old in this one. They're throwing one boss after another at you before you've even gotten your bearings. It feels less like an exciting series of encounters and more like the game designers just have no chill. Like they're trying to get all their shit in as quickly and early as possible, except the game is not short and there's a lot of shit to get to. They could have spaced out all these fights to make them feel like they matter a bit, but by the end you start to feel like they're just all the game has. It flirts the idea of a story at the start, but by the time you're headed out to collect the second magic crystal thing, basically all pretense of a narrative is out the window and it's just fight all the time, which again isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's an action game, but it would be nice to have something to attach to. Like, okay, I love combat in action games. I love combat mechanics. But a large part of why you want to engage with those mechanics is you feel invested in the characters and the overall quest or narrative or development or whatever. And outside of the flashing boss cutscenes, there's really barely any cutscenes. Once in a while, you get a scene of some bad guys commiserating in their various evil lairs, but the vast majority of the story is told through completely static dialogue sequences where you and the person you're talking to stand rock still and exchange in text boxes, which is, I mean, fine in 1996, but even like retro games don't do this anymore. It's not engaging narrative presentation, and it slows the dialogue segments to a crawl. And that's part of the problem here. Lost Souls aside just cannot seem to pick a lane. It needs to be more of an RPG if it wants to jam story and this many characters into the thing, but it all is ultimately underutilized. But if it wants to be an action game, the pacing needs to be a little faster, the general flow of the combat needs to be tighter. Like in some...
So what he's talking about here alludes to exactly what I was talking about before. They're trying. They're trying. They're not like these game devs aren't like what I'm saying isn't lost on them. They're aware of this. So they're trying to stand out. And they do it by meshing different genres together to create a sort of new pseudo genre of something else.
Welcome, Goncalves.
What up, Andre? But again, they're just not executing well, I guess. They're just not executing well. And like a part of me feels like it's because they don't play video games. Like for them, it's like they went to school for graphic design. They went to school for coding. They went to school for business. They went to school for all these various things, and it's a means to an end. But like gaming was never a passion for them. It was never something that did a ton, that brought them a lot of joy and solace. And so they don't know what playing a good game feels like. They don't know what makes a good game from their perspective of a gamer. They know the conventions in the industry. They know the different categories of games and the technical sides of the varied mechanics, but they don't know what makes a good game because they don't play video games. Actually, to that point, a lot of these companies now are like you can Google this right now. You'll find tons of these ads. They are, because there are all these programs now. They're training people to become developers. They're looking for people who play games. They're like, are you a gamer? Do you love video games? Have you ever thought of making your own video game? And they're trying to recruit gamers to become coders to make video games because they also know gaming is dying because all of these devs are just copying each other. They're just like recycling things left and right. It's like what people fear many things are going to be in terms of AI, where everyone is just self-referencing each other. All the games are just self-referencing each other. No one has any innovative ideas, and none of the gamers are happy. They're all like, this is shit, this is shit, this is bad, this is bad. And it is, because none of the people making video games play games.
To slow down, and in some ways it needs to speed up. This game is in an awkward...
And like, I'm not going to lie, I'm not trying to make a video game, but like, I will consult game developers. And like, and they have this, right? They have testers, but that's like the testers come after the fact. After they've already made the games, they have the testers play the games to see like what's buggy, as opposed to, do you think this is enjoyable? Would you imagine yourself spending a great deal of time on this and coming back to it? As opposed to, can you walk down the hall without you being teleported into the air?
Middle ground that just kind of drags everything down. Here's the thing, though. It's not a bad game. It is a flawed game, yes, but not a bad one. There's a lot to like here for people looking for this kind of experience. It feels like a lost gem from the early 2010s, and if that's when it came out, it probably would be considered an action game classic that was maybe a little rough around the edges, had its heart in the right place, and maybe would have gotten a reevaluation, and maybe a sequel that was a lot stronger. That's happened more than a few times in the last few years. Enemy encounters and boss design, it's mostly really strong. The many boss fights feel pretty unique when the game isn't making you fight the same guy again for the third time in a row. And when the game finally decides to open up once in a while, the levels are actually...
Like, what does this bad guy look like? I think, like, that looks like the boss from Sekiro. This looks exactly like the final boss from Sekiro.
The levels are actually pretty fun to run around in and explore.
They're all the same. They're all the same.
Exploration is always limited, though, even in the rare area that's designed to be more open. But when they give you something interesting to do or throw in a unique platforming challenge, it's really just not all bad. The game just falls back on tedious action game design cliches too much. Levels can drag on for what feels like an absolute eternity. Certain stages are these hour-plus slogs that the environment just doesn't change much throughout the whole thing. It's just one fight after another, and that's the progress that you see. You don't really have anything to...
All right, we're gonna lose Lost Souls aside. Let's see what other games came out recently that they reviewed. Rainbow Six Siege, I don't know, not really my thing. Gears of War Reloaded. I feel like I don't know. Gears of War is one game that also has a unique identity. And I mean it's to the point where like it's a older game at this point, right? I think the first Gears came out in like 2006, maybe 7, so like a long time ago, almost 20 years ago. So like at this point it has its own kind of identity, and like that was a time where there was not so many things to reference such that there was space for new ideas, because there were like 4 kinds of games. Like people weren't gonna just make those 4 kinds of games. Now there's like 20 different kinds of games, right? And like devs were drawing from like different forms of media, where some games were just like reading a novel, except you get to like walk in the shoes of the character, right? Like, and so they're drawing from different kinds of media. But now that everyone has done that, there's a kind of game for everything, and then there's like a million of them. Yeah, it doesn't look like they have a ton of other reviews. Let's watch that death battle.
Welcome to Moranito.
Who came in? To Moranito, what up? I'm gonna end the TikTok stream and just change the name, because a lot of people are coming in thinking this is Guild Wars, since TikTok refused to let me edit without I don't even know, brother. Without ending the stream, but we'll be back, chat. See you soon. Go live. Go back. Just chatting. Happy Labor Day. Go here.
So I can like move if I'm getting like anxious. I like this. I like this. I like this. Also, this hoodie is like my comfort hoodie. Anytime I get anxious, this is like my favorite hoodie. I've experienced like all the stressful things in my life in this hoodie.
I really like that my most recent video, like, I mean, I don't like that it didn't get a lot of views, but it got like 173 views, which is super low from what I have been getting recently. So that was fun while it lasted. But someone joined from the video, someone joined the stream, and started like giving me tips based on the video, which is like so cool. Because it's showing that like, okay, like these are real people, and like they care about the content, and they are engaged, and they resonate with it to some degree to want to like respond and have a conversation, which is exactly what we're looking for. So that's good stuff. Let's play this death battle. The Hulk versus Godzilla. I'm like, that's a good death battle. I also feel like they rarely do characters that are so different in size. Usually the characters they do are similar in their aesthetic and their powers and their abilities. But Godzilla and the Hulk are worlds apart.
A weapon designed by the greatest gamma scientist of all, Dr. Robert Bruce Banner. But just
3 idiots and a mic is going off.
And save some dumb schmuck who was hanging around the test site. Damn it, Rick.
That day, Bruce Banner died.
Head God Sleeps is going off.
Incredible Hulk! A pissed-off giant who must be really glad Bruce wears the purple stretch fit.
Standing 8 feet tall and stronger than 10 million men, the Hulk emerges when Banner's anger flares.
Don't make him angry. You won't like him when he's angry.
But it's even more complex than that. Banner suffers from dissociative identity disorder, with many different Hulks embodying alternate personalities.
Like Joe Fixit, the original Grey Hulk. He's a cunning gangster and the only Hulk who's got that drip.
The Devil Hulk is a violent, overprotective personality that Banner unintentionally manifested as a result of his father's abuse.
Holy shit! Somebody actually drew this?
But the Hulk everyone knows, the big guy, is known as Savage Hulk. It seems he also developed from parental abuse, hence his childlike personality. Though I'd argue he's more clever than you'd expect.
The angrier he is, the stronger he gets, with no limit.
Except for one, Bruce Banner. See, Banner's relationship with the Hulk is complicated.
Oh, they hate each other.
Mostly. Occasionally, they can come to an understanding. The alter best representing this would be the Professor Hulk, a balanced blend of Banner's brain and the Hulk's brawn.
The buffest nerd you'll ever meet. But what about when Bruce takes a step back? If he isn't trying to restrain the Hulk, what do you get?
The Green Scar.
The world break. But when Bruce takes a step,
the alter best representing is complicated.
Oh, they hate each other.
Mostly. Occasionally, they can come to an understanding. The alter best representing this would be the Professor Hulk, a balanced blend of Banner's brain and the Hulk's brawn.
The buffest nerd you'll ever meet. But what about when Bruce takes a step back? If he isn't trying to restrain the Hulk, what do you get?
The Green Scar.
The World Breaker!
Without Bruce's temperament, the Hulk's power and fury surges, mixing Savage's rising strength with the personality and cunning of a warlord. The Green Scar is no mere superhero. He's a king and a conqueror.
Hulk is strong enough to lift 150 billion tons of rock, jump from New Mexico to Florida in a single bound, and shake all the dimensions connected by the crossroads at once. He was pinned down by the spear of Proxima Midnight, which holds the weight of a star, and was fine. And when
Welcome,
we say
Alex Serrano.
Worldbreaker, we mean it.
What up, Alex?
With Red She-Hulk, the two of them shattered a whole
We're watching some Death Battle.
From the essence of the first firmament, the manifestation of the first
Welcome, Spice God Dizzy.
universe, which could bind eternity itself. Not even Galactus was capable of saving eternity alone, and the Hulk just broke it by himself.
Maybe Thor should rethink calling himself the strongest Avenger, especially since the Avengers first assembled because none of them could take down Hulk on their own.
Speaking of Thor, the Hulk consistently battles on par with him, even when he held the Odin Force, with which he could command his hammer through infinite distances and match the power of Null, who killed countless Celestials. Even without it, Mjolnir can cross the universe in seconds.
Hulk!
Manifestation of the first universe.
Spear of Proxima Midnight.
Scar.
The World Breaker!
Without Bruce's temperament, the Hulk's power and fury surges, mixing Savage's rising strength with the personality and cunning of a warlord. The Green Scar is no mere superhero. He's a king and a conqueror.
Hulk is strong enough to lift 150 billion tons of rock, jump from New Mexico to Florida in a single bound, and shake all the dimensions connected by the crossroads at once. He was pinned down by the spear of Proxima Midnight, which holds the weight of a star, and was fine. And when we say World Breaker, we mean it.
Alright, you can't really see, like, anything. Like, my whole face is obstructed, so I'm gonna edit this here a little bit. It's not great for the stream or for me. It's reset. I'm gonna reset because I'm not loving that. Let me do this. 1 sec, chat. Do some troubleshooting.
While sparring with Red She-Hulk, the two of them shattered a whole planet.
At one point, he was bound in chains forged from the essence of the first firmament, the manifestation of the first universe, which could bind eternity itself. Not even Galactus was capable of saving eternity alone, and the Hulk just broke it. By himself.
Maybe Thor should rethink calling himself the strongest Avenger, especially since the Avengers first assembled because none of them could take down Hulk on their own.
Speaking of Thor, the Hulk consistently battles on par with him, even when he held the Odin Force, with which he could command his hammer through infinite distances and match the power of Null, who killed countless Celestials. Even without it, Mjolnir can cross the universe in seconds.
Hulk tore a universe apart with just a clap. Good luck with that, Hammer Man. But the green guy's got way more going on than just brute strength.
As the Hulk's power stems from gamma, he can utilize and absorb it and other radiation in various ways.
Yeah, like regenerating from fatal wounds. Even getting ripped apart by Wolverine barely slows him down.
And the angrier he gets, the more regenerating cells
Welcome,
his body
Marcelo
produces.
Quartz' wife.
It's weirder.
What up, Marcelo?
Absorbs enough gamma, he can shoot
Welcome,
lasers
Smokey
from his
Bones.
eyes and read
What up,
people's
Smokey?
minds. Oh, also, he can see ghosts and give him a good old-fashioned Hulk smash.
Hulk can break through the boundaries of comic book borders themselves into the empty white between panels.
Welcome,
A
Danger
gutter
Garcia.
space beyond time and
What up, Danger?
What, like how She-Hulk can for some reason break the fourth wall and talk to the reader? Oh, wait, that makes sense now. It's all gamma.
Exactly. In real life, gamma rays are electromagnetic radiation similar to X-rays.
But in Marvel Comics, gamma comes from hell.
On Earth 616, gamma radiation is an electromagnetic frequency that can manifest as either a wave, a particle, or something else. Something that nobody really understands.
Except for Bruce.
That's right. Dr. Banner is a certified genius with 7 PhDs. According to Norman Osborn, he's the 4th smartest person on the planet.
And that's comparing him to big brains like Reed, Doom, and Tony.
Banner built the Hercollider Synchrotron, a machine that can scan the entire multiverse with the speed of a hypermind. He created the Gamma Core, which could rupture space-time between universes. He built an interstellar radio on a deserted planet without any pre-established technology. He wired up Hulk like a starship, piloting him from the mindscape within. He even built an ultimate nullifier. In fact, the original intent of his Gamma Bomb was to be non-lethal, only targeting inorganic material.
But Thunderbolt Ross wanted something with a bit more boom. They can't blame him.
Fearing its ramifications, Banner developed the Gamma Bomb on his own, keeping its design secret. In the process, he tapped into
Welcome,
an unknown
Cat
form
God
of gamma
Sleeps.
energy that breaks down reality and mutates it beyond actuality. On that fateful day, he opened the Green Door.
You know how we said the bomb killed Bruce? That wasn't some flowery metaphor or whatever. He died and came back as Hulk.
Came back from the below place, the hell beneath hell, the lowest possible dimension of reality.
It's trippy, but whenever Hulk dies, he goes there. Then a green door opens and he goes back to where he was before. Easy.
Dude, why is it that... And why is this still showing up on my stream once I turned it off?
Welcome, Cat
Why is
God
that a
Sleeps.
thing? It's actually so annoying.
Is that? It doesn't matter if he's been atomized, sliced up into jars, or digested by werewolves. If he goes through the door, he's back, ready to rumble.
Possible tapped into an unknown form of gamma energy that breaks down reality and mutates it beyond actual. Entire multiverse with the speed of a hypermind. He created the Gamma Core, which could rupture space-time between universes. He built an interstellar radio on a deserted planet without any pre-established technology. He wired up Hulk like a starship, piloting him from the mindscape within. He even built an ultimate nullifier. In fact, the original intent of his Gamma Bomb was to be non-lethal, only targeting inorganic material.
But Thunderbolt Ross wanted something with a bit more boom. They can't blame him.
Fearing its ramifications, Banner developed the Gamma Bomb on his own, keeping its design secret. In the process, he tapped into an unknown form of gamma energy that breaks down reality and mutates it beyond actuality. On that fateful day, he opened the Green Door.
You know how we said the bomb killed Bruce? That wasn't some flowery metaphor or whatever. He died and came back as Hulk.
Came back from the below place, the hell beneath hell. The lowest possible dimension of reality.
It's trippy, but whenever Hulk dies, he goes there.
On that
Oh yeah, I gotta see this again.
he opened the Green Door.
You know how we said the bomb
and mutates it beyond actual.
with a bit more boom. They can't blame him.
Fearing its ramifications, Banner developed the Gamma Bomb on his own, keeping its design secret. In the process, he tapped into an unknown form of gamma energy that breaks down reality and mutates it beyond actuality. On that fateful day, he opened the Green Door.
You know how we said the bomb killed Bruce? That wasn't some flowery metaphor or whatever. He died and came back as Hulk.
Came back from the below place, the hell beneath hell. The lowest possible dimension of reality.
It's trippy, but whenever Hulk dies, he goes there. Then a green door opens and he goes back to where he was before. Easy as that. It doesn't matter if he's been atomized, sliced up into jars, or digested by werewolves. If he goes through the door, he's back, ready to rumble. The green door did get locked into a red door, but he's easily broken through it multiple times. Not a problem.
It turns out that third form of gamma, this anomaly from the bedrock of hell, spawns from none other than the one below all, the dark side of the one above all.
That's right, God has a Hulk, and it wants Bruce to bring about the end of all things. But Hulk just said, nah.
So, what is the Hulk? An uncontrollable monster? A prison for a tortured soul? A super weapon for Armageddon?
Don't overthink it, Wiz. Hulk is Hulk, and Hulk's the strongest one there is.
Welcome, Raph.
What up, Raph?
The year was 1946. The press gathered at Bikini Atoll to witness the power of the nuclear bomb. But many leagues beneath their feet, something ancient stirred.
Godzilla, the king of the monsters. He was pretty pissed off over the worst wake-up ever, so he swam to Japan for one hell of a crash out.
Japan was still recovering from the war, so seeing this mutilated radioactive monster towering high like a mushroom cloud wasn't just frightening, it seemed prophetic. The bomb was just the beginning. Man had sparked the end of times.
Complete with googly eyes. And the most epic roar ever.
Over the years, there have been many iterations of the beast.
Between movies, TV, comics, and cartoons, there's at least 20...
Do we think Godzilla is the most famous monster? Or at least the most famous monster we'd put in the category of kaiju? I feel like probably right.
7 different Godzillas stomping around, not including Manila, the Scrappy Doo of kaiju. Sorry, that's insulting to Scrappy Doo.
Despite the variety, Godzilla is somewhat consistent, so we'll examine his entire history, focusing on the larger releases. In most iterations, Godzilla is a rare theropod that went dormant for millions of years before nuclear bombs mutated it into a gargantuan radioactive monster.
Standing 165 feet tall, at minimum, Goji smashes through skyscrapers with ease. He's so casual about bullets and rockets, they might as well be gnats. And the bombs did so much more than just pump up his size. He's got atomic breath!
A concentrated beam or spray of radioactive heat. With an estimated range of 1,100 miles, it can exceed 500,000 degrees Celsius, almost 90 times hotter than the surface of the sun.
But depending on how much radiation he's absorbed, or, life energy from a giant pterodactyl, he can do way more with it.
His red spiral ray...
I love Death Battle because you find out all the strange and weird explanations for the powers of these different characters.
...is a supercharged version that doubles in heat and power, and spins.
Or he can blast it out of his back and fly. Well, he could always do that, I guess. Look at him go.
Welcome,
With enough
Isaac.
energy built up, Godzilla can
What up,
blast a
Isaac?
nuclear pulse out of his whole body.
Welcome,
creating a
Skiller
massive
Warrior.
wave of atomic destruction.
His breathing
What up,
can
Skiller?
even break through dimensions, like when he found himself face to face with a giant mech. Piloted
Wait,
by-
who was he fighting just now?
Creating a massive wave of atomic destruction.
Because it kind of looked like Deku.
Laser can even break through dimensions, like when he found himself face to face with a giant mech, piloted by Hatsune Miku.
There's also a number of era-exclusive powers. Shin Godzilla can fire rays from his tail.
And Hanna-Barbera Godzilla can fire rays from his eyes. Pew, pew.
Effectively a living nuclear reactor, Shin possesses a natural phased array radar that can detect and attack threats automatically. And Godzilla Earth, who grew over 1,000 feet tall across 2,000 years, could make a barrier only penetrable by kaiju that can bypass physics.
And don't forget, Big G can ball with the best of them. After Charles Barkley got him his own pair of Nikes, Godzilla got busy.
You know, it's kind of hard to emphasize just how impressively terrifying Godzilla can be when you're bringing up this sort of thing.
Oh yeah? Why don't you find a better spokesperson for Dr. Pepper? Fine, let's talk about when his presence boiled the entire Arctic Ocean, or how he picked up and threw Biolante, which weighed 200,000 tons, or when he no-sold not one, not two, but 3 meteors.
Including the Permian period extinction event that happened about 200 million years ago.
Then he went to hell, fought some fucked up versions of God and Satan, and atomic breath that Space Godzilla so hard that he blew up the whole planet. That's scary enough for you? God, I want a Dr. Pepper.
With such awesome might, he's battled the most dangerous of foes, like King Ghidorah.
Dude, I've been watching Death Battle since like maybe middle school, and Wiz and Boomstick. They these characters these guys have come up with still give me a laugh. Especially Boomstick, dude. He just says the most ridiculous things.
And Gigan. In Godzilla vs. Megalon, Gigan flew from the M Hunter Nebula to Earth in 24 seconds. And that nebula is 30,000 light years away.
I'm not subscribed to Death Battle. What the hell? Oh, it says subscription plus. Yeah, no.
By the cruelest weapon ever.
The Oxygen Destroyer. Developed in secret by Dr. Serizawa, this weapon could suffocate and liquefy molecules. The ramifications of such a weapon were so detrimental, Serizawa took the secrets of its design to his early grave.
He got lucky. It doesn't matter what you throw at Godzilla. He never really dies. You can blow up his head, explode him from the inside, or crush him in a black hole. Then he'll come back.
Or evolve into an even more powerful form. Godzilla's always possessed heightened adaptation, but many iterations clearly showcase instantaneous evolution.
And super forms. He's gone full shonen and powered up a few times. So much so, he almost kicked off a nuclear winter just by existing.
Even the Oxygen Destroyer could not permanently end the first Godzilla. His ghost possessed a robot, his bones summoned another Godzilla, and he rose as an undead revenant hell-bent on destroying Japan.
Okay, why Japan? Couldn't he pick on some other country?
He stomped around the Americas a few times, but it just isn't the same. Godzilla is intrinsically linked with Japan. a symbol of both their devastation and resilience. A reminder of the threat of nuclear war and what awaits those who peer too deeply into the unknown. But also,
Like, to what extent is Godzilla an allegory for America nuking Japan and the disastrous effects of the Hiroshima and Nagasaki bombing?
Japan's and Godzilla's perceived territory. To him, a stomping through Osaka is just another patrol.
He's not always so bad, though. He can be super protective, defending other monsters, his own kid, and sometimes even people. I'd say there's two types of Godzillas: the monster of nature's wrath and the guardian of planet Earth.
Well, there is a third type, but to understand that, we should first answer a question. How does Godzilla walk?
On two legs, Wiz, obviously.
But according to Square Cube law, those legs should be crushed under his own weight.
Oh god, here we go again.
A creature like Godzilla cannot realistically exist. This proved to be an elusive question for decades, even highlighted in Shin Godzilla, until a new theory was presented in the anime Singular Point. If Godzilla can't exist in our reality, what if he's from a different one?
What? Like he's an alien from another dimension?
Exactly! What if all kaiju come from a higher plane of existence with no regard for the known laws of physics? This dimension enters our reality in the form of archetype, a transtemporal conceptual particle.
It's that red dust that's floating all over the place.
This archetype can enter any timeline to terraform the Earth and all of reality so that kaiju can exist. This theoretically explains why various Godzillas appear in so many universes. They all trace back to one singular point: Godzilla Ultima.
Sporting the wide grin of a demonic Oni, Ultima is vicious. Just walking through Tokyo started 1,000 earthquakes around Japan. Even his own blood is a weapon.
Welcome,
Over
Mr.
300
Gabe.
feet tall and growing ever more as
What up,
archetype
Gabe?
distorts the universe, Ultima's existence implies a far more complex origin for all Godzillas. Godzilla is a test for humanity, a challenge laid
So I'm learning a ton about Godzilla today, way more than I ever thought I would. But that's part of Death Battle, right? Is like you get the inside lore scoop for all these different characters.
out by an eldritch entity from a dimension we are in reality in the form of archetype.
But we're gonna run it back a bit.
Pick on some other country?
He stomped around the Americas a few times.
Guys, we got 5 followers today. It's pretty good.
Physically linked with Japan, a symbol of both their devastation and resilience. A reminder of the threat of nuclear war and
Like the last time that happened was like months ago.
but also Japan's and Godzilla's perceived territory. To him, a stomping through Osaka is just another patrol.
He's not always so bad, though. He can be super protective, defending other monsters, his own kid, and sometimes even people. I'd say there's two types of Godzillas: the monster of nature's wrath and
We broke 130. I'm at 142. That's huge, chat. That's huge. 142. That's huge. I remember when I was like under 200 on all platforms.
Oh god, here we go again. A creature like Godzilla cannot realistically exist. This proved to be an elusive question for decades, even highlighted in Shin Godzilla, until a new theory was presented in the anime Singular Point. If Godzilla can't exist in our reality, what if he's from a different one?
What? Like he's an alien
Welcome,
from
Cat
another
God
dimension?
Sleeps.
Exactly. What if all kaiju come from a higher plane of existence with no regard for the known laws of physics? This dimension enters our reality in the form of archetype, a transtemporal conceptual particle.
It's that red dust that's floating all over the place.
This archetype can enter any timeline to terraform the Earth and all of reality so that kaiju can exist. This theoretically explains why various Godzillas appear in so many universes. They all trace back to one singular point: Godzilla Ultima.
Sporting the wide
Welcome,
grin of
3
a
idiots and a
demonic
mic.
Oni, Ultima is vicious. Just walking through Tokyo started 1,000 earthquakes around Japan. Even his own blood is a weapon.
Over 300 feet tall and growing ever more as archetype distorts the universe, Ultima's existence implies a far more complex origin for all Godzillas. Godzilla is a test for humanity, a challenge laid out by an eldritch entity from a dimension we are incapable of perceiving or comprehending.
It's kind of like how when we move an object and its shadow changes, we get why that happened. But to someone who exists in only a 2D plane, the shadow looks like it just randomly transformed into something totally different. Crazy to think about. Come a really long way from Big Lizard Smash Building, huh?
This shadow, this wannabe god, desires to play with and destroy every single universe.
And Godzilla is its avatar.
Through Ultima, this entity sees the universe as an interactable fiction and can control causality. Ultima himself is a singular point, one of many gateways through which the entity can tamper with reality.
Think of it this way. If something happens that the entity doesn't like, it can just say, that thing didn't actually happen, and presto, it no longer happened.
That's not to say such an event can't happen in the moment of occurrence, but the entity disconnects cause and effect, and nullifies events in retrospect without regard for time.
And now my head hurts. TLDR, Ultima tried to bring about a catastrophe that would end the universe in like a week's time. So, a wacky robot and a time-traveling Alexa used a supercomputer and this familiar-looking doohickey,
the orthogonal diagonalizer,
to zap all of Archetype into its final form, cutting off the entity's connection to the universe.
But not killing it, because while each
Wait, I didn't get that. Run it back.
Every single why various Godzillas appear in so many universes. They all trace back to one singular point. Godzilla Ultima.
Sporting the wide grin of a demonic Oni, Ultima is vicious. Just walking through Tokyo started 1,000 earthquakes around Japan. Even his own blood is a weapon.
Over 300 feet tall and growing ever more as Archetype distorts the universe, Ultima's existence implies a far more complex origin for all Godzillas. Godzilla is a test for humanity, a challenge laid out by an eldritch entity from a dimension we are incapable of perceiving or comprehending.
It's kind of like how when we move an object and its shadow changes, we get why that happened.
I like how so much of Death Battle has become anime. Like it used to be like mostly like comics and pop culture, but now it's like the anime is really seeped in.
Every single universe.
But really it's just popular culture, right?
Ultima, this entity sees the universe as an interactable fiction and can control causality. Ultima himself is a singular point, one of many gateways through which the entity can tamper with reality.
Think of it this way. If something happens that the entity doesn't like, it can just say, that thing didn't actually happen, and presto, it no longer happened.
That's not to say such an event can't happen in the moment of occurrence, but the entity disconnects cause and effect, and nullifies events in retrospect without regard for time.
And now my head hurts. TLDR, Ultima tried to bring about a catastrophe that would end the universe in like a week's time. So, a wacky robot and a time-traveling Alexa used a supercomputer and this familiar-looking doohickey,
the orthogonal diagonalizer,
to zap all of Archetype into its final form, cutting off the entity's connection to the universe.
But not killing it, because while each Godzilla has its differences, one thing remains certain.
Godzilla is immortal, and that makes him the king.
Look at the skulls, gaze into their eyes. Now you are completely hypnotized. You've fallen into my evil trap. I order you, right now, go to Death Battle.
I feel like, personally, as someone who's been watching YouTube since I was like in 5th grade, no, I think 3rd grade, yeah. This is when YouTube was like absolutely nothing, like when like YouTube was just a bunch of crank that videos. I feel like if we're gonna do ads, like personal ads for the channel, especially if it's merch, give a quick shout out. Hey guys, we made some t-shirts we thought were cool. Here are some pictures. Here them on some people. If you want to support the channel, check it out. Making this whole production about it, I'm just like, brother, you're taking away from the content. And I also like, if I see the shirt and I think it's cool, I'm gonna buy it. I don't need you to give me this elaborate pitch. This is a good death battle. Like, would the Hulk beat Godzilla? Oh, that's nuts. That's crazy.
We don't want any trouble. No! Hulk stays!
Are my subtitles in Spanish? Here comes the Gamma Burst. They're definitely in Spanish. Like, why, brother? Where are the closed captions in Spanish? Bro, I feel like I don't even know what just happened. So Godzilla blasts Hulk with its Mega Breath. And then Hulk absorbs it and uses it to power up. Ooh, that's what happened. Okay. So right now it would seem that Hulk has bested Godzilla. But as we've just seen, that's not enough to kill him. I really don't know who's going to win this. I mean, I guess it comes down to which force that dictates their existence is more powerful. It seems like Godzilla's would be because it can rewrite reality. But it's hard to tell. And he's still able to do a Mega Breath, even in that state. That's kind of nuts. Oh, Hulk opened the green door. That's such a hack. He dies. All he has to do is like walk through a door and comes back to life. Oh, right into Godzilla Ultima. Oh, is that the hack? That these like super, like, so in the Godzilla lore, they showed us that this group of scientists figured out how to stop the entity that controls Godzilla. And Bruce Banner is a super smart scientist. So presumably you could come up with such a solution. Dang, ripped the helicopter.
Well, smash.
A million, trillion to one and rising. That's the odds. Chance to nullify the madness behind the monster. 2 + 2 is 5. A right angle is 80 degrees. This element is beyond what we can perceive. Like gamma. 1,000 times. A million. A trillion. I just need one. You did it, big guy. We did it.
Okay, run this by me. What happened?
It's complicated, so let's break this down into 3 categories. First up, power. Most versions of Godzilla can shrug off black holes and extinction-level events, tag beyond light-speed foes like Gigan, blow up planets. However, the Hulk is beyond that.
The big guy clapped a universe to bits and shook the infinite dimensions linked to the crossroads. In a straight
Welcome,
fight with
Rizai
a
on the
classic Godzilla, 616
What up, Riza?
smashes the power advantage.
But factoring in Ultima changes things.
We're watching some Death Battle. Drop a follow, say what's up in the chat.
No matter how strong the Hulk got, Ultima could potentially negate it.
But Hulk broke chains made of the
Welcome.
first firmament, which could overwhelm eternity.
How we doing, y'all? Drop a follow, say what's up in the chat. We're watching some Death Battle.
A small piece of the first firmament could break the multiverse. Plus, Hulk kept up with Odin Force Thor, who is also on a celestial level of power.
So the gap in power becomes nebulous. Still, unless Hulk could remove Ultima from the equation, neither held a clear advantage in power and stats.
Especially when you look at their immortality.
This was practically a never-ending death loop. Even with their healing factors, both could technically kill each other, but then just come right back.
The green door instantly appears when Hulk goes to the below place, and the higher dimensional entity could always summon a replacement Godzilla avatar. So both Hulk and Godzilla could not stay dead.
Unless they could somehow prevent what was happening in those other dimensions. So let's examine the layers of their multiverses. Marvel's Cosmos has infinite higher dimensions, which themselves are transcended by the astral plane, the superflow, and so on until you reach the House of Ideas, the domain of the one above all.
Since the one below all mirrors the one above all, the below place mirrors the House of Ideas. Get it?
In comparison, the cosmos of Godzilla's multiverse is just as vast and infinite, but does not have the same sort of transcending layers above and below. This means the below place, the Hulk's respawn point and source of power, is out of the entity's reach.
So the real question is, if they both can't die and Ultima's entity can't affect the below place, could Hulk somehow stop the entity before it destroyed the universe?
It all comes down to Gamma and Archetype. Ultima was defeated in the anime by using a trans-temporal superdimension calculator operating at infinite speeds to activate the orthogonal diagonalizer, turning Archetype against itself.
Ultima endlessly spews this stuff, so there's plenty to work with. And Hulk can reach into comic book gutter space, so he should be able to reach through a singular point. But that's not enough.
Fortunately for Hulk, it just so happens he knows someone who, like scientists who have defeated Godzilla in the past, is an expert on particles from a greater dimension that mutate reality beyond our understanding.
Who made a device with those particles that breaks space-time, like the diagonalizer? Who made a supercomputer that scanned the infinite multiverse with the speed of a hypermind, like the Dimension Calculator? Hell, the guy made an interstellar radio out of sticks and stones in a matter of days, and even built an ultimate nullifier. It's like he was made for this.
The Green Door waits for no Hulk, including Banner. Even if Ultima's catastrophe destroyed the universe, the door could deposit Banner in a different universe and he could continue the fight.
He had all the time in the infinite multiverse.
There was only one way this could end, and only one person who could make it so.
Even among gods and monsters, man was the Ultima weapon.
The winner is Bruce Banner.
Next time on
Bruce
Death Battle.
Banner. We're going down my YouTube rabbit hole, chat.
What is the Democratic Party fighting for? What are their values? No one that. The Democratic National Committee is struggling to raise money, and that's according to a new bombshell report in Politico. And it also turns out that the Democratic establishment is still paying off expenses from Kamala Harris's failed presidential run. So this story is amazing. I highly recommend you read it. Again, it's in Politico.
Democrats are going broke. Color me surprised.
But here's what they're reporting. By the end of June, the Republican National Committee had $80 million on hand, compared to just $15 million for the Democratic National Committee. Now, we should note that other parts of the Democratic establishment or apparatus aren't having the exact same problems. So, for instance, Democrats and Republicans have about the same amount of cash in their House and Senate campaign arms, which is important because we're getting closer to the midterm election, and that's what matters the most. So what's going on with the DNC specifically?
I'm actually really curious to see how the Democrats hold out during the midterm elections, because throughout all of Trump's, I'm not even sure what you call this, like slide into Nazi style fascism, the Democrats have done very little to resist him. So it begs the question, what's going to bring people out to the polls? And this is what they've been relying on for every Trump presidency. Presidency is like, oh, people will come out to vote against Trump. They'll come out to vote against his lunacy. They'll come out to vote to vote against his racism, his xenophobia, his this, his that. But as anyone who looks into politics, who studies politics, who is part of the informed public, knows that people come out less against things and more for things. Like, who's coming out for the Democrats? For what? They haven't done anything. What's there to come out for? I mean, even in Texas, they were boasting about how they're going to hold out for.
Welcome, Prim Hero.
What up, Prim Hero? Even in Texas, they were boasting about how they're going to hold out for as long as the Montgomery boycotts. And they lasted, what, like 2 weeks? It lasted like 2 weeks, and the Texas Republicans redistricted the maps, and the Democrats basically gave up Texas to would-be white supremacists. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at. So I'm not sure what's going to make people come out to support Democrats during the midterms, but hey, maybe they have some grand strategy that we're not aware of. I doubt it.
Well, according to Politico, major Democratic donors have withheld money this year amid skepticism about the party's direction, while the small dollar donors, who have long been a source of strength, are not growing nearly enough to make up the gap. And look.
So this is what's happening. This is an identity crisis, right? Those big donors that are holding out from supporting the Democrats are just that. They're big donors, and they are waiting to see the Democrats come out for their usual establishment neoliberal corporatist policies, right? As they have been since Clinton. Those big donors are looking for that. They're like, hey guys, do the thing, say the thing. Right? If we look at Kamala's campaign, Biden's campaign, they're not campaigning on any policies that stray in any significant way from what we've seen establishment politicians do. They support subsidies to the tune of millions of dollars to the corporations. The Republicans do the same. They might give you like a 2% increase maybe in like childcare, or like something like that, right? But then they'll still pass a tax bill to lower taxes on corporations and things of that nature. And so their big donors are waiting for more of those things, and support Israel and support all the wars, and then they'll do their classic virtue signaling and say like, oh, we're not racist, the Republicans are racist, so like vote for us. So their big donors, their corporate donors, are looking for them to do exactly that, but they're a bit hesitant to do that because the American public sees through it. And I think maybe a part of it is that people are dislodging themselves more and more from corporate media, and people are more and more every day consuming their media, or getting their news from social media, from what up, Jenkins? Consuming news from these small institutions, these like single publishers, right? They're consuming news from these small groups, and the news is still by and large coming from these major institutions, but it's being funneled through non-institutional forces for the most part. You still have institutional forces in these spaces, like your Charlie Kirks, your Ben Shapiro's, right? People who are funded by these same big money interests, but just in the social media space. But by and large, people are not getting their news from these corporate spaces. They're not getting their news from CNN, from MSNBC, from Fox News. The older generation is still getting their news from those spaces, sure. But even them, they're starting to wane off a bit, right? Like you have a lot of old people on Facebook and things like that. So the populace as a whole are not as in tuned with the establishment messaging anymore. They don't just flock to Fox News and CNN and like listen to Wolf Blitzer and Sean Hannity tell them some nonsense, and then they like say yes sir. That's happening less and less. And so the Democrats are having a very hard time getting their messaging across. For one, that people aren't consuming the media that the Democrats are putting out, but two, they are not making good on their promises, and all these new media individuals and platforms are exposing that again and again. And even that's happening in the Republican space, in the conservative space, to a lesser extent, but it's also taking place. The conservative space is still dominated by white supremacists, and your xenophobes alike, like the biggest figures in conservative media, conservative new media is they're not very different than the old conservative media, the corporate conservative media. Their messaging is still the same, which is the immigrants are bad, the blacks are bad, the gays are bad, the trans are bad, you name it. And corporations are God's gift to humanity. America has never done anything wrong. It's the greatest country to ever exist. God loves us. That's basically been the Republican political strategy for God knows how long now. And it's the same thing that these new media individuals are regurgitating day in and day out. Well, what does that look like on the left? You have a similar thing happening where there are these more establishment or these smaller figures that are regurgitating Democratic establishment talking points, and and it doesn't feel like the same because it's new media, but it exists. Like Brian Tyler Cohen, for example, I would put him in this category where he has this air of progressivism about him, but by and large, he is regurgitating. What's up, Mayward? He's regurgitating Democratic establishment talking points. And there are smaller figures who fit this niche as well, and fit this mold. I think her name is like Raven something. And I'm not saying this to pick on these particular people, but just to illustrate the example. You have like smaller creators on TikTok, on Instagram, on Threads, on Twitter, and they too are regurgitating the Democratic establishment talking points and playing that similar politic. It feels a bit new in certain ways because, you know, they might be on streaming platforms and they're more tech savvy and they're more in tune with the trends, but their messaging and their lack of substantive policy support is the same.
When it comes to the major Democratic donors or any donor who's like, I don't know, what do the Democrats even stand for? I agree. What do they stand for? What is their identity? What is the Democratic Party fighting for? What are their values? I genuinely don't know. I genuinely don't know. You know, Governor Beshear recently accompanied Hakeem Jeffries at a fundraiser. Axios wrote about it, and the one line that apparently got a big round of applause from the donors was something about how he vetoed an anti-trans bill in his state. And what I'm worried about is that we're just going to get the same tactics, the same type of campaigning that's already failed from the Democrats.
Welcome, Cat God Sleeps.
Okay, people are struggling in this country. If the plan is to jump into culture wars again and just swim in the waters of culture wars and think that's going to carry you through, it's not going to work. You need to address the actual problems Americans are facing in this country.
So Anna here is speaking from a place of almost like imploring the Democrats, and there's a few reasons for that. And I think it gets to the core of the divide on the left. Like, no one should consider the Democrats the left. They're centrist. There's no difference between what we think of as like what we conventionally consider Democrats and those we conventionally consider conservatives. Outwardly, they appear a bit different, and but their differences are as superficial as the colors that designate their political leanings, right? There's no difference between the red and the blue. They support all the same major policies. When we look at tax breaks, when we look at funding for the military, the Pentagon, which just serves as a means of funneling taxpayer dollars to high technology companies. They support all those things, full stop, Democrats and Republicans alike. And so in terms of where the money is going, and what they're doing with that money, they're the same. And that's really what it comes down to at the end of the day, is how we spend the money and how it reflects our priorities. Okay. But Anna here, who would consider herself progressive, and I would consider her progressive too, sure, whatever. If you're not familiar with the political categories in America, I have my own sense of it. Check out my IOI page. I made a post about it. But Anna is a progressive, and here she is pleading, imploring the Democrats. Why? Because there's this split on the left where people are trying to figure out how we get to change, right? Some are like, we need to co-opt the Democratic Party and take it over from within. And others are saying that the best strategy is to split from the Democratic Party and start your own a sort of third party and run with that. And they can't decide on which is the better strategy. And so at the end of the day, when it gets close to midterm elections, which arguably are the most important elections in America, we're left going with what exists already, which is the Democratic Party. And so progressives are left pleading with the Democrats. But that's what always happens, right? Is the Democrats like, we're the lesser evil, and so you will vote for us if you don't want the extremist, white supremacist Republican Party. And that's what's always been the case. That's basically what Biden ran on, is like, I'm not a psycho. I am a conventional American psycho. I am the conventional American politician, and so I do all my dirt behind closed doors, and I get in front of the mic and talk all sweet and nice, and like, you know, say all the granddad things or whatever. That's what the Democrats are proposing right now. The progressives don't really have any long-term strategy for how they're going to make policy changes. Half the time they're fighting with the leftists about what is the best approach forward. Leftists would say split from the Democratic Party. Progressives will say co-opt the Democratic Party. And when they're not having that fight or debate, they are talking about who is the more virtuous of the two. And all the while, people are suffering, dying, you name it. And the white supremacists and conservatives alike are amassing more and more power on a daily basis. So that is the state of things. That's the state of things. And yeah, let's see what else Anna has to say.
Yeah, so lots to say here. First, on that note about the trans line. Look, what we're counseling is to avoid the culture wars, not to switch sides. Not to say like, oh, that's okay, we hate trans people, but a little less than the Republicans
That's
do.
not what Bashir was doing. Bashir was giving himself credit for vetoing an anti-trans bill, which, by the way, I commend him for. But to me, that was a signal that he's going to engage in the same stuff.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, if he's protecting people, I don't have a problem with it.
That's a good thing.
Okay, so sorry, I misunderstood what you were saying there. And so, but at the same time,
Which, like, that's strange. I'm like, Jank, did you read the story? Do you, like, wait for Anna to brief you live on air about these things? Because that's a weird approach. But that's neither here nor there, I suppose. I guess. What?
I still say avoid the culture wars.
Welcome, Numbers.
Because if that's your main
What up,
thing that
Numbers?
we're gonna get run on, we're gonna run into a brick wall. Like, that's not winning ground. And I mean, I don't know what that bill was, so maybe if it was about bathrooms or military.
Okay,
maybe it is winning ground.
for the people who are not super in touch with politics, they don't obsess over this stuff. I think everyone should, because like everything in society is political. When people say like don't bring politics into it, that's a tall tale sign that they don't understand society, or how society works, or what makes a society exist as such. But what Jank is talking about here, the quote unquote culture wars, is this idea that social identity issues are something that should be avoided, because all they do is create points of contention between a populace that would otherwise be united around other issues, around the economy and things of that nature. And I think there's something to that. I think in terms of strategy, one would find the common denominator, find the through line, the thing that connects the most people, because politics are a numbers game. So sure, right? There's something to that. And also the Democrats, they're leaning on these social identity issues are like not from this place of like virtue where they care so much about people's social identities and they want to champion them. It's just so they can avoid talking about the economic issues. What's up, Legendary? It's just so they can avoid talking about the economic issues. It's not that they care so much about people's social identities. It's because they're like, well, if we talk about this thing that gets people really riled up, we won't have to talk about the other thing, which is the money. And when it comes to the money, we're in bed with the Republicans, and we can't outwardly look like we're the same. So we have to find something to separate ourselves from them somehow, even if it's not genuine. So this idea, like when I hear progressives advise Democrats to stay away from culture war issues, it almost reads to me as though they think that the Democrats are making these appeals from a genuine place. Like they're like, oh, like this thing is really good, and like, yeah, it's a great thing to care about, but like put that in the back burner and worry about this more because it's a more sound strategy. Of course it's a more sound strategy. Of course it is. I mean, like that's these people are idiots. It's not some rocket science revolution or revelation that they've never considered that if they focus more on economic issues, they would get more support. Trump focused on economic issues and got the working class support, right? It's not some revelation. It's not some epiphany to say if one focuses more on economic issues, they would have a broader coalition. Of course they would, because the vast majority of the country are middle, working class, or lower. So of course you would appeal to more people. The reason the Democrats don't do that is because then they would lose corporate funding. They would lose their access to the corporate coffers. They would lose access to these revolving door positions that they all take after they leave office. They would no longer be a part of the club, and they want to be a part of the club. That's why they're in politics. That's why these people are in politics. Yes, maybe some of them got in politics with all the best intentions, and you know, the system is structured a certain way and they all fell victim to it, blah blah blah, yada yada, whatever, right? But the end result is that they're all playing the same game, and they're playing a money game. So it's not that running a populist campaign focused on economic issues is lost on them. They simply can't play that card because they would then lose the source of their money, the thing they care about the most. So this appeal is strange to me because, again, it reads as though these people, like, they just don't understand that this is a more viable strategy. No, they understand that. They could also lie about it. They could also lie about it like Trump did and say, yeah, we'll, like, you know, do all these things, blah, 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 and just not do it, which is a tried and true strategy of every politician ever. It would simply put them in a worse position. It would put them in the worst position. It would put them in the position such that the next time around, people won't vote for them, which is already a position they're in, and they would rather not continue to put themselves in that position where it's like they don't make their promises and people, again, not vote for them. You could get away with things like that a lot easier. Politicians still get away with things like that, but you could get away with things like that a lot easier during the analog era of broadcast and technology, because things got lost in the weeds. Like, people couldn't easily see what happened like 5 years ago, like, but now everything is online. We can easily pull up a video and like a reference of a politician saying this and then doing the other thing, and so it's a lot harder for them to make promises and not keep them. Now, that might sound to not be the case because, well, how did Trump get away from it? Trump can make these policies and promises and not keep them because his strategy his strategy has always been
Welcome user.
at its core to scapegoat. And so when he doesn't make true on his promises, his constituents do ask why, but then he just falls to the scapegoat strategy of saying, well, the Democrats, well, Biden, well, Obama, well, the immigrants, well, the this, the that, right? And his base are extremely susceptible to these sleight of hands because they've been primed and indoctrinated their entire lives to feel this prejudice against these groups, to feel like this grievance that they have should be or is rightly directed at these groups, right? And they have a legitimate grievance, the grievance that every other working class, middle class, lower class person has in America, which is that they don't have access to the American dream. They were made this promise that if they work hard and try and study and focus and yada, 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 they can get by. And they're doing just that, but they're not getting by, right? And so there has to be some kind of scapegoat, some kind of reason for why you're working so hard and you're not getting by. And it can't be the actual reason, because then that would mean you would have to change the system. So you need to find a scapegoat. And that is exactly what Trump does. The Democrats do that to a degree. They just say it's the Republicans. The Republicans will also employ that strategy. They'll say it's the Democrats, right? Like, and that's they kind of serve as each other's foils, where the Democrats already don't want to pass policies that would drastically improve people's social situation, socioeconomic situation. And when they get to that point where they have to, they can say, "Oh, well, look, the Republicans made it so that we can't do that." Oh, and then the Republicans can make those promises and say, "Oh, well, look, it's the Democrats' fault that we couldn't do that." And like the dads, and again, I encourage people to go to my IOI page and look at these categories. But the dads, people who support establishment Democrats, will say, well, look at in like the 70s and the early 80s, like there were all these great programs, and like Democrats were in charge for a really long time, and like all these good things happened, blah blah blah, yada yada. It's not because Democrats were in charge that there was any kind of that there was more social mobility. It was because of the economic reality. It was because of the economic reality, and the Democrats simply co-opted that and said, like, "Oh yeah, like this is because of our policies. That's why all these good things are happening." No, it's just because jobs didn't get offshored yet. It's because NAFTA didn't exist yet. It's because they hadn't sent all the manufacturing jobs overseas yet, because the corporations were not yet at that stage, because the countries that they would send these jobs to did not have the infrastructure, the educational infrastructure, the brick and mortar infrastructure to fill these jobs. That's why they didn't offshore them. And as soon as that infrastructure existed, as soon as the American empire created that situation abroad, so corporate America could take the jobs abroad and hire those people for cheap labor instead of Americans, as soon as that situation was viable, they enacted it. So no, it wasn't that the Democrats are so much better, and that's why when they had this stretch where they were in power for a long time, America was in a better place. No. It's because economically, the situation we have now was not viable. That's why. And so this is part of my frustration, and this is why I make it a point to continue to learn, because like there are people who understand politics in terms of like what riles people up politically, but don't understand economics. There are people who understand politics in terms of understanding the governmental systems and the rules that exist, but don't understand what riles people up or don't understand economics. To truly understand politics, you need to understand it as a political economy. You need to understand the economy and political decisions as one and the same. Every economic decision is a political decision. Every political decision is an economic decision. They're not these separate things, though we compartmentalize them. They're not these separate things. And so to truly understand politics, you need to understand it through the lens of the economy. You need to understand it from an international perspective. You need to understand it from a national social dynamics perspective. It can't just be this one lens that you put on and say, I have politics figured out, or I understand it. And like, most people don't even go that far. They're like, there are Republicans and there are Democrats. We got it. And the country is all the worse for it.
Because it depends on the particular issue. But much more importantly, what is your vision for America?
For America.
And look, protect everyone, including trans people, Muslims, black folks, everyone, okay? But yes, that's table stakes, guys. Wanting equality and justice is table stakes. What do you want beyond that?
Right.
What is your economic vision? What is your vision to improve the lives of American citizens? And the reality is that the Democrats are stuck in purgatory. And so they can't raise money from the big donors because the big donors say, well, I didn't get my return on investment. I gave you a whole bunch of money and you guys ran terrible campaigns.
You see, like he's coming to the right conclusion, but how he gets there misses the point. How he gets, and like, I know I'm doing the same thing of, well, the leftists and the progressives can never understand, like, coming to an understanding, and that's why things never work out. Like, no, right? Like, if would I right now support Cenk as a major candidate on a ticket without a second thought, because I'm not an idiot. Like that's the same reason I voted for Kamala over Trump, because yes, they're both corporate dogs, but one is a Nazi-like fascist and the other is like just a regular American psycho. And we've gotten used to that, and like, she won't burn everything at the rate that he would. And so obviously you stave off your death as long as you can. But from a purely political analysis perspective, Cenk is missing the point.
And
Welcome,
kept
Barry
getting
Dubbos.
clowned by a guy with an IQ of 70. So what am I wasting my money for? I get it, right? I'll come back to the donors because that one's way more nuanced. Okay, there's plenty of nuance, plenty of non-nuance. Anyway, then when you come to the grassroots says, well, you're not representing me at all. Why would I give you money?
Exactly.
Right? So now the big donors aren't giving you money and the small donors aren't giving you money. And that's why you have almost no money left. So that's not complicated to figure out. So what is the correct answer? Pick a side.
Welcome, Mike MTN.
Okay. So
What's up, guys? If this is your first time checking out the channel, drop a follow, say what's up in the chat. I post a lot of gameplay. It says on my thing I do video games and politics. I haven't done a ton of politics on this channel. I've done like maybe 1 or 2 clips, maybe 3 clips here and there. But there's a lot more to come, folks. There's a lot more to come. So get on the train, baby. Get on the bandwagon. We're full speed ahead. It's taken me a year and a half, but I'm getting comfortable.
Welcome, King.
I'm getting comfortable, chat. And never underestimate what someone can do when they are feeling a bit more comfortable. All right, let's keep playing this. Cenk again is missing the point, but whatever.
That is, and no money from people representing foreign governments, because both those things, foreign governments and corporations.
Welcome,
say,
Ambitious.
I am not representing.
What up, Ambitious?
I am representing these corporations and these governments. Okay, then you won't get grassroots money because we know you're sellouts and you're never going to represent us. So now there's a part of the story where, you know, one of the foreign governments.
I'm gonna rewind it because I want you guys to hear Jenk's analysis again, because it's just like I said, misses the point. And like, it doesn't really matter, right? Like, it doesn't matter if it misses the point. The Democrats are gonna do what the Democrats are gonna do. I think any money they're losing, any small dollar donation they're losing, we're just seeing the beginnings of it. And I don't think they're going to be rattled much by it. And I think the most change that would come of this in terms of their messaging is simply to pay lip service to economic issues in the most lukewarm of terms, to give people a false sense of hope, like maybe they'll actually do something, maybe they've heard us, and then they'll vote them in because they want some sense of hope. And Trump is a absolute dumpster fire, and then the Democrats will go back to politics as usual and then they'll say, see, we're so smart, we're so great, we're so good at politics, look, we won, we beat Trump.
Because both those things, foreign governments and corporations say, I am not representing the voters. I am representing these corporations and these governments, okay? Then you won't get grassroots money because we know you're sellouts and you're never going to represent us. So now there's a part of the story where, you know, one of the donors said his advice for Ken Martin, who's leading the DNC. I want to answer that in a minute, but let's give you that
Okay, but
first.
I also want to, there's a note of caution, Cenk, because if they decide to go with their corporate donors,
shrink
the
this
big
a
money
bit.
donors, you have to play by the big money donors' rules.
Yes.
And the voters are represented by the small dollar donors. So the biggest problem for Kamala Harris in the presidential election wasn't that
Might
she
have to
couldn't
stretch
raise
this.
enough money. She raised a record amount of money. She spent, it was $20 billion on that election, right?
Yeah, first, there was a
can't even
giant
remember.
amount of money. They haven't fully tallied it yet, but that wasn't all her. She spent, I think, a couple of $1 billion.
Oh, it was $2 billion, my bad.
Right,
It was
but
$2 billion.
overall, the entire campaign, the accounting's not fully done, but the last campaign that wasn't even presidential, they spent $17 billion in the whole cycle.
Exactly, yeah.
Right, so
Okay.
in her case, she spent, I think, if I remember right, about $2 billion.
$2 billion for her. So listen, you can raise all the money in the world, but if you are basically forced to serve the interests of the rich and powerful, well, your campaign is not going to appeal to Democratic voters.
Okay, she spent.
So and like this is part of my problem with them. And framing it as though the Democrats are forced to serve public interest. They're not forced to serve public interest. Like, these people are in some of the most powerful, lucrative positions that have ever existed in the history of humankind. They're not forced to do anything. They're not forced to support corporate interests. They've made a conscious decision to do so. They see the state of the game and they decide, I want to remain in power. I want to continue to have this access. I want to continue to have this influence. I want to continue to be in this space. And, I am willing to do whatever it takes to do so. They aren't forced. And one could argue that, oh, well, if they don't do those things, then they'll be voted out. But the people that would be there to replace them also aren't forced. Those people simply make the same decision and say, oh yeah, give me the money, I'll take it. I'll take the money, I'll take the prestige, I'll take the notoriety, and I will basically be a celebrity and tell people whatever I need to tell them to gain access to this thing. They're not forced. There are other options. They could all do what Bernie Sanders has done his entire career. One could say, well, that's a special example. No, it's not. If anything, the fact that he exists in the American political space is proof that if everyone was simply saying the same things, and employing the same strategies, they too would be able to voter conscious. They simply don't do that. They take the easy way out. Even Elizabeth Warren, who I disagree with on many things and think she plays slimy politics as well, she doesn't take corporate PAC money. So it's and like there's a long list of American politicians in the history of America. Huey Long, they don't take American or corporate PAC money. The list goes on. All the individuals aren't coming to mind right now, but it's not this case that they're forced to take corporate PAC money and then do their bidding. That's not the case at all. It's just a choice they're making because it's easier and they get access to that space and all these lucrative things.
I think, if I remember right, about $2 billion.
$2 billion for her. So, listen, you can raise all the money in the world, but if you are basically forced to serve the interests of the rich and powerful, well, your campaign is not going to appeal to Democratic voters. So this whole obsession with raising money, I get it. I get that you're going to need money to run ads and all of that. But what's more important is to not be, essentially hindered by all of these demands by the donors who don't represent the interests of the voters. This is a unique problem to the Democratic Party because the Democratic Party, the Democratic voters want something different in terms of economic policy from what the Republican voters want. But I just feel like the Democratic Party just doesn't realize this. And by the way, even with all the money,
see, there she goes. She said it for herself. She thinks they don't realize. And this is part of my issue with, like, I wouldn't put myself in the camp of a progressive or a leftist. I think they're all fucking delusional. Probably shouldn't be swearing on TikTok. Whatever. They genuinely think that they've arrived at these policy positions and these moral positions because they're so much smarter than everyone else, that no one else has thought about these things before. No, they've thought about it. They are aware. Pull up videos of Nancy Pelosi when she first got into Congress, of Hillary Clinton. They all supported these things. It's not that they haven't thought about it. They just want the money. They're like, why should I try to do this thing that's super hard and probably won't work and have this humongous force against me in corporate America when I can just play the same game that everyone else is playing and make a ton of money? It's not that they haven't considered these things. Oh, like, we just need to tell them. We just need to show them a better way. No. They get it. They're not stupid. They just don't want to do it. They would rather take the money. They would rather take the money instead. They just don't want to do it, guys. It's not that this stuff is lost on them. There's no kind of appeal that's going to be like, there's no like eureka moment. If that's what you're waiting for, if you're waiting for the Democrats to have some like eureka moment, some kind of epiphany and go like, huh, well, yeah, if you put it that way, I guess that really would work. No, it's not happening. That day ain't coming, dog.
She left with a massive debt that the
And like, this is what I'm like, are they just naive? Like, I think there's like something to be said about naivety where it's like, it's not a sign of intelligence, but rather like this desire to want things to be as they appear, to want people to be genuine, and to it's a sort of hopefulness that things are good. And it's not necessarily that people don't understand that the world is or can be a messed up place. It's that they want it to be good, and they kind of take this position of, I'm gonna like assume the best, like I'm gonna give people the benefit of a doubt, which I'm like, I really don't understand that position at all. I don't understand at all. Like you're deciding without any logical reason other than wanting to feel good about things that things are gonna be fine. I don't understand why that's a more viable option, but sure. But then it leads to people being incredibly naive as to think like the Democratic establishment don't understand politics, but rather they genuinely think that social identity issues are the way to win. Or that is a more viable strategy in terms of getting numbers than economic policies. Of course not. Of course. Come on, guys.
DNC has been paying back. So let's get to that. The party has quickly churned through the money it has raised in the first half of this year, including spending more than $15 million this year to pay off lingering expenses from Kamala Harris's presidential campaign. Total disaster. Now, an anonymous Democratic donor, donor and advisor, told Politico that donors see the DNC as rudderless, off message, and leaderless. Those are the buzzwords I keep hearing over and over again. If DNC chair Ken Martin really wanted to impress donors, he'd go do 20 or 30 salon events with donors and let them yell at him. If you take that on the chin, make some changes, then I think we could see some movement, but he's not going to do that. So that's the point that's the advice one anonymous advisor gave to the Democratic Party and to Politico. So what do you think, Cenk? Do you think that's all it would take? Like just have Ken Martin take a little bit of abuse from the big money donors and then it'll be fine?
Yeah, so that's the exact opposite of what he should do. And let me explain. So there are different types of donors.
So yes, it's the exact opposite of what he should do. The DNC chair shouldn't just go take a lashing from corporate PACs to have them open up their coffers again. But her question, Anna's question, and the strategist advice was a sound one, because that is the state of play. That is the state of play. If the DNC chair went to these corporate PACs and said like, all right, guys, like, let me have it. And they're like, you're an idiot. What are you doing? Just play business as usual. Then you can get the money and we'll keep doing business as usual. Would that work? Of course it would work. Would it work in terms of the Democrats getting their funding back up, which is the story here? Yes, of course. As long as the corporate PACs know you're going to do their bidding, they give you the money. That's the whole deal. That's the entire relationship. So yes, it would work. Would it be good for the American people? No. But do they care about that? No. How do we know that? Look at the last forever.
That's why I said earlier it's a little bit nuanced. So if you're taking money from, like, let's say AIPAC, which represents
this show abuses that word,
Israel or Israeli interests. Well, there's no redeeming quality to that. That's basically a pledge that the politician is making to serve Israel instead of America. If you take money from ExxonMobil or Lockheed Martin, that's a pledge to serve Lockheed Martin and ExxonMobil and not your voters. So there's no redeeming quality to that. Now, if you're going to take donor, like we're in this post-Citizens United world, you need money, you're going to take money from big donors. Okay, well, that's not banned in anything, right? Including even the progressive groups. Okay, so now those folks, some of them have nefarious purposes. Oh, I want lower taxes, etc. But a lot of them have good purposes if they're on the Democratic side. They care about social issues, they care about justice, X, Y, Z, right? So if you want to listen to some of them, no problem. But if you're listening to ExxonMobil, by definition, it's wrong, okay? But they're never going to tell you what's right for Democratic voters or the American people.
Exactly.
They're only going to tell you what's right for Raytheon if you're talking to a Raytheon donor, okay? Period. So now the second part is, okay, well, what happens when you talk to the donors that are relatively good people who are trying to help get to the right place? Ken Martin shouldn't be getting yelled at by them. He should yell at them, okay? Not because I don't like those people. I think I know some of them, and some of them are good, very good people, okay? But why do you need to yell at them? To snap them out of it. Because what they're looking for is a highly educated elitist who went to is a double Ivy or went to Stanford 3 times, super eloquent, and will tell you all the reasons why they care about social issues. And then they've been trained because of the corporate PAC money that the other donors don't even really understand, right? Or realize. They've been trained by those guys who give more money to give you word salads to appease you. And then you pick the elitist guy and we lose elections. And not only the elitist guy that people generally don't like to begin with, okay? But then also one that never ever delivers. And those donors are genuinely, the good guy donors in the Democratic Party are genuinely confused. Like confused as to why don't you guys ever deliver? Because they took a much larger check from ExxonMobil or whichever, in the case of Democrats, less so these days with the oil companies.
I don't know if like TYT is just decided, which I can understand that if that is the case, if they've just decided that because 66% of the country reads below a 6th grade level, that they're just gonna engage with people like they're idiots. Because 66% of the country is undereducated, that they're just gonna engage with people like they're idiots. Because this like good guy donors, bad guy donors. It's given when CNN was like, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Like, if yes, meet people where they're at, but then you got to start pulling them towards you. You got to start pulling them towards you, because the alternative is to just, now we're all here where we're reading below a 6th grade level, and that's the level that we are engaging on. And who wins then? Who wins then?
They still, a lot of them take it, but they used to be more equal. Now the Republicans take more. But if you take a different, like defense contractors, no, AIPAC, no, they take just as much as the Republicans and sometimes more, right? So, but those donors, the other normal donors, don't know that Buttigieg took way more from those corporate donors and the foreign government donors. So they're like, I don't get why we send Democrat after Democrat and they never do what we told them to do. That's because it's corruption, and no one ever tells you that, because they're always too busy kissing donor ass. You should treat them like grown-ups and be honest with them. We're losing elections because we're perceived as the status quo protecting elitists who never get anything done.
100%.
Okay, and if you keep going in that direction, you'll send good money after bad, okay? And all your money will do is lead to more and more losses. You have to turn around. If you don't turn around.
See, this is a weird, like, I don't understand this analysis, because he's saying that the DNC chair should go to the corporate PAC donors and tell them that we're losing elections because the American people perceive us as corporate hacks, which they are. And so we got to change strategy here and like actually help the American people. Well, the corporate PACs are donating to you because they want you to be corporate hacks. Like, I don't understand, like, what is the guy going to go to them and say, hey, the people think we're corporate hacks, pay us to not be corporate hacks instead? The corporations are going to be like, no, we want you to do exactly that. If you don't do that, we'll just pay the Republicans, which they're already doing. So I don't understand this. I'm like, are you just like talking to talk, bro? I don't understand this analysis.
We're never going to fix this thing.
New data shows that the Democratic Party is in serious trouble. This is according to the data. I am not making this up. This is not my commentary. So don't punish us for being the messengers of this news if you happen to be a Democrat. So millions of Americans are apparently leaving the Democratic Party and choosing to register as Republicans instead, which is actually pretty surprising to me considering all the chaos that's going on right now under the leadership of the Republican Party. But nonetheless, we know this because 30 states.
Like, this is what happens if you don't have, like, if you're a human being and you're not constantly checking yourself, to stave off like madness, vanity, jealousy, corruption, and that's not to say like lies. Like, that's not to say these things aren't going to seep in and we're not going to like falter. But like, if you're not aggressively doing that, and it's not to be like hyper vigilant, like you're gonna slip, because that is our world. That is the convention. That is the norm in our world, is all those things. So if you're not aggressively defending yourself against that, defending your mind against that, you're going to slip. If you ever get this sense that like, oh, you're doing this thing and you're doing it well, and so like you got to figure it out. GG's. It's over. Wrap it up. You're done. You're just going to become like everyone else. Just start spewing nonsense for nonsense sake and feel as though you figured it out. And then you start saying things like the Democratic chair should go to the corporate PAC donors and tell them that they're losing because they're perceived as corporate hacks, so that the corporate PACs would pay them to run campaigns to then get in office and to not support corporate interests. Like, what are you talking about? In what world does that happen?
Track voter registration by political party. So we get this data in real time, and as you can see here, take a look at this chart. From 2020 to 2024, Democrats hemorrhaged voters to Republicans in every single one of the.
And again, I'm like ripping these guys apart, but like I said, if I had an opportunity to vote for any of them, I would, because like what, like let's throw in any Ben Shapiro video and like, holy crap, bro, like it's 1925 all over again.
Oda has adjusted.
The 30 states that track voter registration, pertaining to party affiliation.
And I think that's part of the problem. Like, everyone thinks like a child. Like, you can't criticize someone without wanting death to fall upon them. Like, I don't get it. I'm like, why is everyone a child? Because no one is out here checking themselves. People aren't cultivating the things that they need to cultivate. And I'm not out here saying like, oh yeah, George got it figured out. No, I'm like, I don't have it figured out. I don't. That's why I'm like aggressively checking myself all the time. Because when you don't, you turn into a fucking crazy person.
Deep blue states like California, deep red states in the Midwest.
And if you don't go as far as turning into a crazy person, you become a hollow shell of the thing that made you in any way like good at whatever you're doing, and you start to fizzle out, or you delude yourself into thinking that you're really good at this thing, or you've got it figured out.
And swing states like Arizona. Overall, Democrats lost just over 2 million voters, while Republicans gained just under 2.5 million. So I actually apologize. I mentioned how the voter registration went from Democrat to Republican and how surprising that is given how chaotic Republican leadership has been. But obviously that leadership began in 2025. This tracks voter registration between 2020 to 2024. So with that in mind, I'm actually not surprised at all. In fact, I was warning about this leading up to the 2024 election when it came to issues like crime, for instance, or the migrant crisis. People wanted to pretend like they weren't issues at all, that it was all just kind of made up by the right, but it wasn't made up by the right. And so with that vacuum left by the Democratic Party on these issues, the Republican Party comes in and says, we have solutions for this. Whereas the Democratic Party gaslit people and told people this is all made up.
So here they go speaking from both sides. So like, I remember when Biden was running, and like, I don't know what the hell Anna's talking about. She's saying the Democrats gaslit people and acted like the immigration issue was all made up. Like, you know, she like says migrant crisis. That's not at all what they did. That's not at all what they did. Biden and Kamala both went up there saying we got to protect our borders. Saying like there's going to be a process to seeking asylum. And they kept the camps. They made them bigger. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? They didn't do that whatsoever. So like now are you saying they should be even stronger on that than they were? What does that position look like? The Republican position, like what's happening? And this, see, when you, I don't even know what to say anymore, man. I don't even know what to say anymore. These people have lost it. These people have lost their minds. This is what happens. No one is challenging what they're saying. It's a giant circle jerk. It's everywhere you go, it's a giant circle jerk. And when it's not that, like, people are arguing from this egotistical place and not from a place of better understanding what's going on. And then like the leftists take that too far and they're like, we'll never actually do anything because we're just gonna debate till we're all blue in the face and exhausted. But this is just wrong. This is not at all what happened. Let me pull up videos, bro. Let me pull up videos. Kamala on immigration. Biden on immigration. Joe Biden bike. Of course, that's the first thing that comes up.
Immigration has always been essential to America.
We're going to talk about immigration now, gentlemen, and we're going to talk about families within this context. Mr. President, your administration separated children from their parents at the border, at least 4,000 kids. You've since reversed your zero-tolerance policy, but the United States can't locate the parents of more than 500 children. So how will these families ever be reunited?
Children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall.
Yeah, we're not here to talk about Trump's position. We want Biden's position. We know Trump's position. He's the president. He's currently enacting his position.
Quick response, and then another question to you.
These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. Real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up question.
Kristen, they did it. We changed the policy.
Your response
to that? They did it. We changed.
Did not
they built the cages. Who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about what
Who built the cages,
Joe? Let's talk about what we're talking about.
So this is a fact. Trump is saying who built the cages. Guess who built the cages? Obama. They built the cages. They built the cages. They're not softer on immigration. Yes, their policies, like their rhetoric might say we're a nation of immigrants, but which is like, okay, that's just words. Trump's rhetoric might be more inflammatory, but at the end of the day, guess what? They implement the same policies. And never once did the Democrats say there is no immigration problem. I follow this. election ruthlessly. Biden is talking about how we need to secure our border. Okay, this is not. Yeah.
Well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so.
Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over, not Vice President of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people. And all of those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship. The idea that they are being sent home by this guy and they want to do that is they're going to a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River and it's illegal. And you say, oh no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you. They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis. We owe them. We owe them.
Kristen, he had 8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've changed without having a specific.
Okay. So, Biden is doing the same old, like, Democratic talking points, but what are his policies? They're no different. To this day, let's do a quick Google search. How many people did Obama deport? No, without due process, just deport. Barack Obama's administration deported 2.7 million people between 2009 and 2016, a record number of any single presidency. Okay. Who was Obama's vice president? Biden. How many people? And I'm not saying it's like, oh yeah, look, like Trump is great, Trump is right. No, of course not. The point is to illustrate that there is no difference between the two. They say different things, but they do the same thing. Trump has deported approximately 1.2 million people. So if he keeps going at this pace from his first presidency till now, 1.2 million, maybe he catches up to Obama. Maybe he catches up to Obama. Well, but George, they weren't sent to countries they didn't come from. They weren't. Okay, sure. But like again, we're like really like grasping at straws here for anything to try and make these two groups seem like they're substantially different from one another. They're the same. They do the same things. Okay, now back to Anna.
Has always been essential. Fix it. On day one of my presidency, I kept my commitment and sent a comprehensive immigration bill to the United States Congress. High-tech border security. If you believe there's a lot of money for high-tech border security, you believe we need to secure the border past comprehensive immigration.
Okay. Here it is. Here is him saying we need to secure the border. They deport a ton of people, say they need to secure the border, and then they're like, oh yeah, and like America is a nation of immigrants. There's that slight difference in the rhetoric on the margins. That's it. That's what we're arguing over. That's what the big hullabaloo is. Come on.
If you believe we need to secure the border, pass it because it has a lot of money for high-tech border security.
A lot of money for high-tech border security.
If you believe in a pathway to citizenship, pass it. It's over 11 million undocumented.
Where is the video of him talking about immigration, dude? Oh my god.
Pass it. We can actually, if you actually want to solve a problem, I've sent a bill to take a close look at it. We also have to get at the root problem of why people are fleeing, particularly to our southern border from Guatemala, Honduras, and El Salvador. The violence, the corruption, the gangs, the political instability, hunger, hurricanes, earthquakes, natural disasters. When I was president, when I was vice president, the president asked me to focus on providing help needed to address the root causes of migration. And it helped keep people in their own countries instead of being forced to leave.
This guy is talking about addressing the root causes of migration, like the U.S. is not destabilizing every Latin American country and hasn't. Like, what do you... American policies are the root causes of immigration from these countries. And he knows this.
Was used to smuggle them across the border. In a bid to break the deadlock, the Biden administration is reportedly considering a policy of moving would-be asylum seekers further into the U.S. before they reach a final. At the contested summit,
Orderly and legal migration is good for all our economies. But we need to halt the dangerous and unlawful ways people are migrating.
migration across the continent.
We know that safe, orderly, and legal migration is good for all our economies.
Safe and legal migration is good for all our economies. Yes, the U.S. controls immigration based on the labor need. That's it. That's it. You even hear Trump speaking to this, saying, well, we need to get some people back for the farms and this and that. And like, they're also implementing those policies. Yes, they're deporting people in these like extreme ways, and it's hard to watch, but all that stuff is to rally you up. All that stuff is to rally you up. It's political theater. Yes, it's people's lives, but it's political theater. He's doing it in this very brash way, and in this very in-your-face way, to rally you up, to get sound bites from the media, so they're focusing on that, and not the tax breaks, and not all the corruption.
But we need to halt the dangerous and unlawful ways people are migrating, in the dangerous ways. Unlawful migration is not acceptable, and we'll secure our borders, including through innovative, coordinated actions with our regional partners.
It's just a difference in the words they use. The message is the same.
Unlawful migration is not acceptable.
Unlawful migration is not acceptable. That's no different than illegal immigrants need to go, like illegal. Biden says unlawful migration. Liberals and Democrats clap. Trump says illegal immigrants. Conservatives and Republicans clap. And they're like, aren't they like polar opposites? And I want to like rip my hair out.
And we'll secure our borders, including through innovative, coordinated actions with our regional partners.
Trump says we're gonna defend our borders and work with other countries, like work with El Salvador to take people, work with this, blah, blah, blah. Biden says we're gonna secure our borders through innovative partnerships with our regional partners. I'm like, they're just saying the same things in different ways, bro. Like, how is it? And like, yes, the media isn't going to have this perspective because they're paid for by the corporations and they want to keep you distracted with the nonsense, of course. But like what's going on at TYT, baby? Come on. I need that analysis, because here you're saying that Biden and Kamala are talking about how there's no migrant crisis, blah blah blah, which there isn't. Any crisis that exists is not unable to be mitigated by the U.S. Whoever is getting into the U.S., the U.S. is aware of it. And if they're not aware of the exact individual, they're aware of the degree to which illegal immigration happens. And so they know how many people are coming across. They know where, by and large, they're going. We know all these things. We have the most sophisticated bureaucracies in the world. It's not as though these things are over the heads of these institutions. They know everything, and they're letting the people they want to let in and expelling the people they want to expel based on economic calculations. But here Anna is on TYT talking about the Democrats ignored it and said it was not a real thing. No, they didn't. Here's Biden right in front of you. I'm gonna play it back.
Safe, orderly, and legal migration is good for all our economies. But we need to halt the dangerous and unlawful ways people are migrating, in the dangerous ways. Unlawful migration is not acceptable. And we'll secure our borders, including through innovative, coordinated actions with our regional partners.
What part of that sounds like there is no immigration problem? Do we want to go look at Kamala next? I'm not going to, because you have YouTube too. I just looked this up on YouTube. You can do it too. It didn't happen. What she's saying didn't happen. And this is her job. And she's supposed to be progressive and so much smarter than the other guys, right? That's why you need to implore them, and they just don't understand what the right strategy is. Fucking nonsense.
That leads to rage among Democratic voters, and they're looking for someone who's going to represent them and find solutions to these issues, so they switched on over to the Republican side. That's what happened here.
Yeah. So look, this can all be summarized in one simple way. The American people loathe the elites and the establishment. So, all
right, I'm sick of this video. All right, we're gonna pivot there. I'm gonna cut this. I think we're gonna do more of this because I need to start posting more political content on my gaming channel. That was the whole purpose of it. Anyway, but we're gonna cut the stream here. But I don't know, man. I don't know. It's rough shape. But that's why I'm doing this. Because again, I don't see anyone doing this the way I think it should be done. And I have a total of 420 followers across 7 platforms, but it doesn't matter. I'm going to keep doing it because it's just a whole bunch of nonsense in the airwaves. And even the ones that are in complete nonsense, it's just God, bro, how is this their analysis? I don't understand. I don't understand how they get to these points. Anyway, GG's chat. We're going to call it there for the political stream. So tough out here, bro. So tough.